Chapter 157. Lu Chaoga's ankles and waist were injured, and it was very difficult for her to walk. How could she bathe in the bathroom standing up? Although this house was designed as a villa, the designer didn't equip every bathroom with a bathtub. As for changing clothes, it was even more lacking. Lu Chaoga hadn't lived here before. Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohan were all men. They were willing to contribute their own clothes, but Lu Chaoga had to be willing to wear them first. Fang Yan looked embarrassed. He thought that he should have let her go back with Qiang Long Tan. However, since he snatched her today, he had to be responsible for her. Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoga and said, "Bathing is not a problem, I can help you. But there are no suitable clothes for you at home." "Well, I will ask Fang Yingying to go out and buy them for you." "What size clothes do you wear? Do you need to buy underwear and panties?" Yes. "Tell me the number, so I can buy suitable clothes." Fang Yingying was very happy. After coming out, not only could he see beautiful women, but he could also buy underwear and panties for beautiful women. It was still more promising to follow junior martial uncle. Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan strangely, but she didn't answer his question. "You look at me like this. Do you not want to answer, or are you embarrassed to answer?" Fang Yan thought for a while and said, "It seems that you are embarrassed to answer." "It doesn't matter. We have a lot of contact. I also have some superficial understanding of your figure. I will go out and buy clothes for you later. It shouldn't be too far off." Lu Chaoga still didn't speak. She didn't know what to say. Such a private topic of women made her very embarrassed. On the other hand, even if she felt that this topic was weird, she couldn't refuse it completely. She really needed a clean set of clothes to change out of her drenched, torn clothes. Li Mingxiang came very quickly. Not only did he bring along the golden chrysalis muscle nourishing powder made by the physician king, he also brought along 2 old ginsengs. It was said that it would take 100 days for the tendons and bones to recover. Since Principal Lu was injured, he needed to eat something nutritious to nourish his body. Not only did Principal Lu need to nourish his body, but Fang Yan also felt that he should nourish his brain. Recently, he had been doing too much brain work. He felt that his IQ was not enough. Therefore, he accepted Li Mingxiang's kindness very quickly. This made Li Mingxiang worry that Fang Yan would refuse the gift, so the words he had specially thought of were completely useless. "You wouldn't know how to deal with a man who was too forthright." Fang Yan took the ointment box, opened the cap, and sniffed it. Inside was a brown herbal ointment with a strange animal scent. It looked really good. The smell is very pure. The aroma of the golden chrysalis assails my nose. It is much stronger compared to the ones sold in the market, Fang Yan said with a smile. It should be made by the physician king himself. Even if it's not, this golden chrysalis is the real deal. Li Mingxiang, who usually gave the impression of being serious and inflexible, had a smile on his face. He praised, "Mr. Fang, you have good eyesight. This thing was given by a friend with a very high status. It's rare to see it outside." After confirming the authenticity of the ointment, Fang Yan squatted down and lifted Lu Chaoga's calf and placed it on his knee. He gently stroked it with his fingers and asked, "Does it hurt here?" "No." "Here?" "No." "Here." "It's very painful." Fang Yan carefully massaged the part where Lu Chaoga was in pain. After she gradually adapted to this level of contact, he suddenly lifted her heel up. Kacha! A crisp sound was heard. The dislocated part of Lu Chaoga's ankle was fixed by Fang Yan. "Ah!" Lu Chaoga screamed. She frowned in pain and was sweating profusely. "It's fixed," Fang Yan said. "Although I don't have the skill of the physician king, it's not difficult for me to fix a bone." He took a large ball of ointment from the ointment box and put it in his palm. Then he covered the injured part of Lu Chaoga's foot with it and gently massaged it again. He didn't stop until her skin turned red and the ointment was completely absorbed. Fang Yan looked at the wounds on Lu Chaoga's leg and other parts of her body and said, "Take a bath first. I'll apply the ointment on your body after the bath. After the ointment, you can have a good rest." Lu Chaoga nodded and said, "Okay." Li Mingxiang was shocked when he heard that Fang Yan was going to apply the ointment on Lu Chaoga's body. He had heard that there was an affair between Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga before, but he didn't believe it at all. The senior management of the school knew something about Lu Chaoga's background. With the great master of the Jiang family standing behind him, who dared to compete with him for a woman? But now he had to believe it. Had the relationship between the two developed to such an intimate level? He quickly reflected in his heart. He shouldn't have offended Fang Yan too much, right? Li Mingxiang felt that he couldn't stay any longer. Wouldn't he be disturbing others who were busy with their business if he stayed? He hurriedly said goodbye to Lu Chaoga and Fang Yan and said, "Principal Lu, take a good rest and recuperate. Put aside your work first. If there's anything I can do for you, don't be polite to me." This was a show of loyalty, so Lu Xiaoga had no choice but to respond. Whether it was to accept or reject, she had to show him her attitude. Lu Xiaoga looked at Li Mingxiang and nodded. "Thank you, Mingxiang. I still need your support in my work in the future." Li Mingxiang's eyes lit up. He looked 10 years younger all of a sudden. He said excitedly, "Principal Lu, this is what I should do." His position was saved. From today onwards, he was Lu Chaoga's man. After Li Mingxiang left, Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan and asked, "Do you think he can be used?" "He couldn't before, but he can now," Fang Yan said. "He used to be Zheng Tiancheng's man. With such a thick thigh to cling to, he naturally wouldn't put us in his eyes. But now the person who wants to kick him away the most is Zheng Tiancheng. So, he can only cling to your thigh." "Cling to your thigh?" Lu Chaoga said. To be able to successfully negotiate with Zheng Tiancheng and send his son to the juvenile detention center, it either proves that you have a background, or you have something on Zheng Tiancheng. What reason does he have not to stand on your side? He is our thigh. Fang Yan said with a smile. "Rest for a while. I'll go buy clothes for you. After buying clothes, I'll help you bathe. Or you can ask Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan to help. I'll wait for you to come back." Lu Chaoga said while gritting her teeth. She secretly regretted it. Why did she agree to come back with this scoundrel? Fang Yan smiled and said goodbye to Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan. He asked the two brothers to take care of Lu Chaoga and then went out to do some shopping. Fang Yingying ran to Lu Chaoga and said, "Principal Lu, do you want some water?" "Thank you." Lu Chaoga said. "Thank you. Do you want to drink it or not?" Fang Yingying asked. Lu Chaoga felt depressed and wanted to vomit blood. She heard these two guys called Fang Yan and Junior Martial Uncle. It seemed that they were from the same sect. What was the saying again? If you're not a family, you don't enter the same door. Their character was so despicable. Seeing that Lu Chaoga didn't speak, Fang Yingying urged, "Principal Lu, you have to give a definite answer. Do you want to drink it or not?" "Yes." Lu Chaoga said. Fang Yingying turned around and shouted, "Hero, pour water." So, the dull Fang Haohan really ran to pour water. The chubby Fang Yingying still stood in front of Lu Chaoga and refused to leave. He asked innocently, "Principal Lu, are you the leader of Junior Martial Uncle?" "We're friends too." Junior Martial Uncle's friend. "That's our little martial aunt." Fang Yingying said happily. "Little martial aunt, can you find us a job? You see, Hero and I are so big. It's not a good idea to stay at home all day, right?" Lu Chaoga collected her thoughts and looked at Fang Yingying seriously. She asked, "What do you want to do?" "I can't teach Chinese, mathematics, and English." Fang Yingying thought about it and said, "How about I teach physical education with Fang Haohan? We're good at it." "Do you have a teacher's certificate?" Lu Chaoga asked. Fang Yingying shook his head and said, "No." "Do you have a bachelor's degree?" None. I can't help you, Lu Chaoga said. Fang Yingying's face was full of regret. He said, you see, it's not that I don't want to find a job, but the employment situation is too serious. You can't despise us for following junior martial uncle to eat and drink. Why should I despise you? Lu Chaoga asked curiously. Fang Yingying looked at Lu Chaoga as if he was looking at an idiot and said, you were carried back by junior martial uncle. Aren't you our little martial sister-in-law? If you become our little martial sister-in-law, won't you despise junior martial uncle for taking care of us who can't rely on ourselves? Many women will despise us. I never thought of despising you. I never thought of becoming your martial sister-in-law, Lu Chaoga said. Are I really close to Fang Yan to this extent? Everyone who sees them thinks they should be a couple. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other, and they both grinned. Fang Yingying said, I'm relieved to hear that. Actually, junior martial uncle is a good person, but I don't think he's worthy of you. He has no sense of responsibility and likes to avoid some things. Fang Haohan followed up. Chapter 158. When Fang Yan came back with big and small bags of shopping, he felt that Lu Chaoga looked at him with a strange look. Fang Yan thought that Lu Chaoga was embarrassed to let a man buy this kind of underwear for her. He said with a smile, it doesn't matter. You will get used to it in the future. Fang Yan thought about it and felt that there was something wrong with what he had said. Get used to it in the future. Was she used to letting men buy underwear, or was she used to letting herself buy underwear and underwear? It was estimated that Lu Chaoga didn't like either. However, he didn't dare to dwell on this problem. He said, come, let me help you to take a bath first. Lu Chaoga sat still and asked calmly, how do I wash? She couldn't let Fang Yan help her take a bath, but if Fang Yan didn't help her, she couldn't take a bath. This was really a very complicated and headache-inducing problem. I will move a chair in. I will help you adjust the water temperature first. You should be able to sit on the chair and wash slowly, right? After experiencing so many things tonight, Fang Yan didn't have the mood to joke, so he reported his ideas truthfully. Okay. Lu Chaoga was very satisfied with this solution and nodded. Fang Yan first put a wooden chair under the shower head in the bathroom, then carried Lu Chaoga to the chair in the bathroom, and asked, is this okay? Yes. Lu Chaoga looked at the layout of the bathroom and tried not to look at Fang Yan's eyes. Then I will go out first. Okay. Call me if you need anything, said Fang Yan. When Fang Yan came out, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were looking in the direction of the bathroom. What are you two doing? Fang Yan whispered to avoid being heard by Lu Chaoga, who was taking a bath inside. Otherwise, she would have thought that someone was peeping outside. Fang Yingying jogged over and said with a smile, Junior Martial Uncle, I have a very important question to discuss with you. What problem? Fang Yan asked. How are you going to sleep tonight? Fang Yingying asked. How do I sleep? Whoever sleeps with whom? Who's sleeping with who? Fang Yingying explained even more clearly. Fang Yan stared at Fang Yingying and said, what do you mean? Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other. Fang Haohan continued to pretend to be a corpse in silence. Fang Yingying had no choice but to say, Junior Martial Uncle, we only have 2 rooms with 2 beds, and then? I'll share a room with Fang Yingying. Then, you and Principal Lu, will you also sleep in the same room? How is that possible? Fang Yan said angrily. Principal Lu and I are just colleagues, it can also be a simple relationship of sleeping in the same bed. Pa! Fang Yan slapped Fang Yingying's head and said angrily, Fang Yingying, how can you have such an idea? Why are your thoughts so wretched? The men of our Fang family practice martial arts and are indomitable. They are the real heroes who protect the country. I didn't say that I can't be wretched. Fang Yingying said with a sad face while holding his head. Besides, this problem is urgent. We must solve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Principal Lu comes out, where will we put her? There is another solution. You sleep in a room alone. Principal Lu will sleep with us. You will definitely not agree. Fang Yan stared at Fang Yingying and sneered. Fang Yingying had a bad premonition and said, Junior Martial Uncle, what do you want to do? Fang Yingying, when you and Fang Haohan first came, didn't you say that you only need a place to stay? I can satisfy you of that. Not only can I let you stay, but I can also let you sleep. I don't care if you sleep in the living room or on the roof. Anyway, you have to give up your room. Fang Yan said very strongly. Junior Martial Uncle, you know that Fang Haohan and I don't like to take a bath. Our room smells. It's not suitable for you or Principal Lu to sleep in. Fang Yingying wanted to save the situation. It doesn't matter. Principal Lu will sleep in my room, and I will sleep in your room. My nose is stuffed recently, so I probably can't smell anything. If it doesn't work, I can put 2 moon grass pills into my nostrils to purify the air. Junior Martial Uncle, it's decided. Fang Yan said. After listening to Fang Yan's decision, Fang Haohan was very dissatisfied with Fang Yingying. He said in a low voice, who asked you to speak ill of Junior Martial Uncle behind his back? Now you are getting what you deserve. Fang Yan's eyes were cold and he said angrily, Fang Yingying, what did you say about me? Fang Haohan, shut up. Fang Yingying felt that he was going crazy. Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate. Fang Haohan, you idiot, no matter how good your knife skills are, you can't just wave the knife and stab randomly. Don't you know that people will die? After stopping Fang Haohan from speaking casually, Fang Yingying looked at Fang Yan with a flattering face and said, Junior Martial Uncle, how dare I speak ill of you behind your back? Just now when you went out to buy things, Fang Haohan and I casually chatted with Principal Lu. I said that although Principal Lu is beautiful, has a very elegant temperament, a good character, is talented and capable, and knows how to be filial to her parents. But if she wants to be with you, she always feels that something is missing. What is missing? Fang Yan asked. Domineering. Fang Yingying said. Miss Ye's domineering attitude that if you are not convinced, I will beat you until you are convinced. Fang Yingying. Fang Yan stared at Fang Yingying fiercely and said, that kind of despicable, shameless, barbaric, and violent behavior can be considered domineering? Fang Yingying looked at Fang Yan timidly and did not dare to speak. I asked you a question. Fang Yan said angrily. Tell me, is her behavior considered domineering? It is quite domineering. Fang Yingying braced himself and said. Although I have not fought with Miss Yi, it makes my blood boil just watching from the side. Junior Martial Uncle is so powerful, but he was beaten away by her. Fang Haohan stabbed again. Everyone says that she is the #1 master in Jianghu. Fang Yan's face turned white, then red, then purple, and finally returned to its natural color. Fang Yan looked at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan expressionlessly and said, I haven't checked your homework for a long time. Tonight, each of you will practice the plum blossom steps 50 times, and you are not allowed to sleep until you finish. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan's expressions were aghast. Fang Yingying said hurriedly, Junior Martial Uncle, it will be dawn by the time you finish the plum blossom steps 50 times, if that's the case. Fang Yan sneered. Doesn't it solve the problem of who sleeps who? Fang Yan. Lu Chaoga called Fang Yan's name in the bathroom. I'm coming, Fang Yan replied. They couldn't afford to set up a mourning hall or buy a tomb. There was only an incense table and a black and white photo for people to worship at the door of the rented house. The sparse number of guests came, offered an incense stick, and left after saying a few words of comfort without any warmth. No one was willing to stay for too long. He was just a small security guard. Who would really take him seriously? He was alive and unknown. Even if he died, he couldn't make any waves. This was the fate of most people in the world. Because Lu Jinju was a migrant worker in Huacheng, he had no relatives here. A middle-aged woman cried on the bed, her voice sad and heart-wrenching. A white-haired old woman with swollen eyes was leaning against the corner of the wall. She could no longer make any sound. She was holding a little boy who looked like he had just turned 1 month old tightly in her arms. The little boy was also affected by the surrounding atmosphere. He opened his mouth and screamed. Lu Jinju brought his wife to watching to work to earn money. Lu Jinju's wife got pregnant and gave birth. Lu Jinju's mother came to help take care of the child. Like countless ordinary families, they lived ordinary lives. They were poor and bitter, but when the child cried, laughed, and screamed, it was all their happiness. Lu Jinju died, leaving behind a house full of orphans and widows. The sky was falling. A fat woman wearing a checkered shirt stood at the door and cursed. She shouted with a sharp voice, "You bunch of country bumpkins. What does the death of your family have to do with me? If they're dead, then they're dead. Throw them far away and bury them. What right do you have to set up a mourning hall in my house? You unlucky people, hurry up and move out. Scram as far as you can. I won't refund your deposit. You messed up my house like this. If people find out, how can I rent out my house? Move out immediately. You have to move. If you don't move, I'll get someone to move it for you. Hurry up and move all those broken things away. I feel bad just by looking at them." A middle-aged man wearing a white shirt stood beside the woman. He was comforting her softly, but the woman in the checkered shirt ignored him. She continued to curse loudly. Her sharp and harsh voice told Lu Jinju's wife and mother to move out quickly. Whoosh! A handful of money suddenly appeared in front of the woman. If they can't shut you up, I'll stuff them into your anus. A cold voice rang in the woman's ears. Chapter 159. The woman in the checkered shirt opened her mouth wide in surprise. She looked at the handsome man in the suit and leather shoes in front of her in disbelief. Although the content of his words is very rude, but the way he gives money is really handsome. The woman thought in her heart. This man was simply her idol, Prince Charming. Of course, probably all women like this kind of idol, Prince Charming, right? You. Why do you want to give me money? The woman asked vigilantly. She liked money, but she knew that not all money could be taken away casually. Moreover, from the way these men dressed, she could tell that they were not so easy to provoke. I said. I want you to shut up immediately. The man said coldly. After taking the money, immediately get out of here, as far as you can. Don't let me see you again. Lu Shu, what is there to say to this kind of woman? Jiang Zhulu came over, glanced at the middle-aged woman with disdain, and said, quickly send her away. Aren't I doing this? Lu Shu said. When Jiang Zhulu and Lu Shu were responsible for clearing the place, Qiang Longtan, who was surrounded by his secretary and bodyguards, went straight into the rented house. He glanced at the environment of the house. The living room, bedroom, and kitchen were all connected together, piled up in this small single room that was less than 30 square meters. The bed sheet was worn, and the pillow revealed the black cotton inside. In the corner, there was a rolled-up straw mat. It should be someone who wanted to sleep on the floor at night. On the table, there was a half plate of cold cucumber and a small plate of stir-fried vegetables with shredded pork. Those were the leftovers that they were not willing to throw away. Lu Jinju worked in the most high-end restaurant in the city, but the place he lived was so narrow and shabby. The appearance of Qiang Longtan and the others finally attracted the attention of the two women in the room. They looked at the extraordinary Qiang Longtan in the middle of the crowd with astonishment, and wondered when Lu Jinju knew such a big shot. Could it be that he was Lu Jinju's friend? They knew that it was impossible. Lu Jinju was just a small security guard. How could he be qualified to be friends with such a person? Qiang Longtan stood at the door and bowed deeply to the two women. Then, he went to the old man's side and sat down, holding the old man's old and withered hand, and said, Old man, please restrain your grief. Take care of yourself in any case. The old man looked at Qiang Longtan and asked, "Who are you?" "I am Lu's friend." Qiang Longtan said. "My name is Qiang Longtan. River Dragon Pond?" The old man thought for a moment and said, "I've never heard Zhu Zi mention that he has a friend like you." "Actually, I've never met him before," Jiang Longtan said. "Your son is a very great man. He saved my daughter's life. If it wasn't for him, my daughter might have met with misfortune. Your son is a great man. He saved my daughter's life. If it weren't for him, my daughter might have met with misfortune. I don't know what to do to make you feel better. I just hope that you can get out of this as soon as possible. It's not a good way to go on like this. Your bodies can't stand it." The old man couldn't help crying and shouted, "My son, why is your life so bitter? Xiaobao is still so young, how do you expect us orphans and widows to live? What will happen to Xiaobao in the future?" Qiang Longtan held the old man in his arms and hugged her shoulders. He let her tears and snot smear on his expensive suit jacket. He comforted her, "Old man, don't be like this. Please restrain your grief. My grandson is still young. There is still a long way to go. I hope you can live well. Let's all work hard to let our grandson grow up healthily. Let him go to the best school and let him have a bright future. This is what Lu wants to see, right? He must want his son to become a pillar of the country. Dad is gone. What will happen to Xiaobao? How will he live in the future?" The old man shouted hoarsely and was extremely sad. "There is us. And us. We will be Xiaobao's family in the future," Qiang Longtan said as if he was making a promise. He glanced at the secretary standing next to him and shouted, "Secretary Li." The middle-aged woman in a white uniform immediately came over and handed a prepared envelope to Qiang Longtan. Qiang Longtan put the envelope in the old man's hand and said, "Old man, this is a small gift from me. There is a CITIC bank card in the envelope. There is 1 million yuan in it." The old man's crying stopped abruptly. The woman lying on the bed also looked at Qiang Longtan with a dumbfounded expression. She couldn't believe what she heard. 1 million yuan. He actually gave them 1 million yuan. 1 million yuan. What kind of concept was that? Lu Jinju's monthly salary was 2,100 yuan. If they wanted to earn 1 million yuan, they would have to live for decades even if they didn't eat or drink. "Why did you give us so much money?" the middle-aged woman asked in a dry voice. "Because of guilt. Although Xiao Lu is gone, I hope you can live a life without worrying about food and clothing. Your child also needs money to grow up. Raising Xiaobao well was Xiaoyou's greatest wish. It's also ours." Qiang Longtan glanced around and said, "Pack up and get ready to go back to your hometown. If there is any problem you can't solve, Secretary Li will help you solve it." Jiang Latin patted the old man's hand and said, "Old man, I still have a lot of work to deal with, so I won't bother you anymore." With that said, he led a large group of people to go outside. Soon, those luxury cars quickly disappeared in this damp and crowded slum. However, the obvious tire marks on the ground proved that they had indeed been there. He didn't save Lu Chaoga either. Jiang Zhulu, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, said. "Who doesn't want their son to be a hero?" Qiang Longtan sighed softly. "What a pitiful family." Screech. Fang Yan stopped the car and then quickly ran to the back seat. He opened the door and wanted to carry Lu Chaoga out of the car. "I'll do it myself." Lu Chaoga refused. Lu Chaoga was dressed in black and wore sunglasses. There were several scars on her face, giving off a cold and stern feeling. She came to visit Lu Jinju, so she couldn't let a man carry her. She felt that it was disrespectful to the dead. "Can your foot do it?" Fang Yan frowned. "Yes," Lu Chaoga said. She gently stretched out a high heel and pressed her body's center of gravity down. Her face immediately turned ugly. "Pain." Fang Yan walked over to support her and said, "Don't force yourself. I just put the bone back together yesterday. If you accidentally sprain it again, it won't be healed for a while." This time, Lu Chaoge didn't refuse. With Fang Yan's help, the two walked toward Lu Jinju's rental house. Another BMW. The woman in the checkered shirt stood in the corner and looked at Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge in horror. Since when did they have such rich relatives? If they were so rich, why would they come to rent a house with us? Don't talk so much. You almost caused trouble just now. The man next to her tried to dissuade her. Cause trouble? They set up a mourning hall in our house. If I don't scold them, will you? Who would want to rent a house with a dead person in the future? The woman touched the thick stack of bills in her pocket and said, "How about I go and scold them a few more times? Maybe they'll give me some hush money. Then we'll be rich today." When Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge entered the door, Lu Jinju's mother and mother were sitting on the bed in a daze. A woman in a white uniform with an extraordinary temperament stood quietly and looked at them with no expression. When Lu Chaoge saw the woman in white, her eyes slightly trembled. Secretary Li came over and looked at Lu Chaoge with concern and said, "Miss Lu, are you okay?" "I'm fine," Lu Chaoge said. "Why are you here?" "I accompanied Mr. Jiang here. Mr. Jiang visited Mr. Lu Jinju's family and then left. He asked me to stay and help deal with some things," Secretary Li explained. "What did Qiang Long Tan come here for?" Fang Yan asked aloud. Secretary Li was very dissatisfied with Fang Yan's behavior of directly calling Qiang Long Tan's name. He said with an unhappy expression, "I said that Mr. Jiang came to visit Lu Jinju's family. And he left 1 million as compensation." Lu Jinju's mother and wife looked at Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge again. Who were these two people? They were completely confused by what happened today. 1 million as compensation. Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoge strangely and said, "You really have a good father. He did everything you wanted to do." Lu Chaoge was silent. She just quietly looked at the two poor women in the room who were at a loss and the baby who was still crying in their arms. That's not enough. Lu Chaoge thought in her heart. They got the compensation, but that life was gone just like that. He was killed by a car crash. This was intentional murder. Then, blood must be paid with blood. She looked at Lu Jinju's honest smiling face on the wall and said to herself in her heart. Fang Yan's heart was also very uncomfortable. The man who felt special because he said, "Sorry to trouble you," the filial man who had 2 dimples when he smiled. He said goodbye to the world in such a hurry. "You bastards, how can you harm people like this? You set up a mourning hall in my house. If others know about it, how can I rent this house? Do you have a conscience? Move out quickly, move out immediately." The man in the checkered shirt rushed to the door of the rented room again to scold and drive them away. "Shut up!" Fang Yan roared angrily. Chapter 160. They live in my house. The checkered shirt woman looked at Fang Yan cautiously and said, "I know. They put dead people's photos in my house. I can't rent out my house in the future because of the bad smell, I know." You want money, right?" Fang Yan asked. "I'm not asking for money. I just want them to move out as soon as possible so they don't affect my future rent. They won't leave now." Fang Yan looked at the woman's fat face and said, "Their relatives just left, and there are still a lot of things to deal with. They won't leave, and they can't leave. At least not for the time being. Then I won't give you money either." Fang Yan said. "You've scolded them for so long, and I can only promise not to hit you for the time being. No one wants to suffer this kind of inexplicable abuse, and no one has the right to attack others. Every time you scold them, it's equivalent to them returning the favor for occupying your house. The more you scold them, the faster they will return it. You might even owe them a lot in the end. At that time, I don't mind helping them collect the debt. Do you want to continue scolding them, or do you want to buy a watermelon from the fruit store across the street to quench your thirst? The checkered shirt woman opened her mouth, but she didn't dare to continue scolding. She was afraid that Fang Yan would ask her for money. She angrily glared at the two women in the room, turned around and walked towards the corner of the street. When the checkered shirt woman came over, Secretary Li had been watching coldly from the side. She wanted to see how this young man would drive this woman away. Throw money at her like a willow tree. Or hit her with his fists like a hooligan. Reason? She was afraid that this kind of money-hungry shrew wouldn't accept this kind of negotiation method. The more gentlemanly you were, the more she would take an inch. She didn't expect that he would use such a strange transaction. What an unpredictable guy. Secretary Li thought in her heart. After the checkered shirt woman left, Secretary Li reported to Lu Chaoga, Miss Lu, Mr. Lu has just compensated that woman a lot of money. Lu Chaoga nodded and said, insatiable greed. She limped to Lu Jinju's wife and said, I want to say sorry to you, but I also know that it doesn't mean anything to you. What happened doesn't mean it's over. I promised Lu Jinju, and I promise you again now. I will find out the truth, and I will make the murderer suffer the most miserable and cruel treatment. I promise, I will do it. As a woman, I know how difficult it is for you right now. Therefore, I will do my best to help you. I'm not trying to express my guilt towards you. I just want to let Lu Jinju leave in peace. Do you want to stay in Huacheng or return to your hometown? The middle-aged woman thought about it and said with red eyes, I want to stay in Flower City. I have to work. Xiaobao had to study and live in the city. This is Zhuzi's wish and mine. I don't want Xiaobao to be like his father in the future. He doesn't have to be a security guard because he's uneducated, and he can't hold an umbrella for others because he can't get wet. Zhuzi is very motivated, but he's very pitiful. I understand, Lu Chaoga said. I will get someone to prepare a house for you. It won't be very big, but it will be very close to your workplace. I will give you a job that suits you. I will give you a year of paid leave. You can adjust your emotions and raise your child in this year. After a pause, Lu Chaoga continued, I will transfer Xiaobao's file to the Longtu Group's senior employees file system. He can enjoy Longtu Group's medical and accident insurance, and he can enjoy Longtu Group's education and entrepreneurship fund. In other words, all of his school fees will be covered by the group. After he finishes his studies, he can use the entrepreneurship fund provided by the group to start his own business. Of course, if he has the ability, he can also stay in the group to work. This is what I can provide for you. Thump. The middle-aged woman jumped off the bed and knelt in front of Lu Chaoga. She hugged Lu Chaoga's calf and cried, Thank you. Thank you, Miss Lu. Thank you. I will take good care of Xiaobao. I will make sure that Zhu Zi will have no regrets. Such kind people. The old lady who was hugging her little grandson was also in tears. Thank you all for your kind people. I will pray to Bodhisattva every day so that Bodhisattva can bless you with a long life. It was not convenient for Lu Chaoga to bend over, so Fang Yan quickly squatted down and pulled the middle-aged woman up. Secretary Li walked in front of Lu Chaoga and said, Miss Lu, Mr. Jiang asked me to escort them back. Did you hear that? Lu Chaoga pointed at the middle-aged woman and said, She wants to stay. She wants her child to live in Huacheng. She wants her child to receive a better education in Huacheng. I will help Lu Jinju fulfill his unfulfilled wish. Secretary Li smiled awkwardly and stood to the side without saying anything. As the car slid on the highway, Lu Chaoga, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, Is it fair? What? Fang Yan, who was driving, did not understand what Lu Chaoga meant. It's not fair. Lu Chaoga sighed softly. Lu Chaoga had many injuries on her body. In addition to the inconvenience of walking, there were also many cuts on her face. She had no choice but to take a few days off from school to rest at home. At the very least, she had to wait until the wounds on her face were better. Otherwise, when she went to the office, people would think that Lu Chaoge and Fang Yan had a conflict and started fighting. After the car stopped, Fang Yan quickly walked to the back seat and helped Lu Chaoge out of the car. Just as they were about to return to the courtyard where they lived, a surprised shout came from behind Fang Yan. Fang Yan turned around and saw his grandparents standing not far away, looking at him. The person who had just shouted was his grandmother. Grandpa was carrying a shopping bag in his hand. There were vegetables and meat in it. They should have just come back from shopping at the supermarket. Grandpa, Grandma, did you go shopping? Fang Yan asked with a smile. Grandma walked quickly to Fang Yan, but her eyes were smiling at Lu Chaoge. She said, "Where did you two go? Principal Lu is not feeling well." "I sent her to the hospital," Fang Yan said. Lu Chaoge looked at Fang Yan with dissatisfaction and thought, "I didn't go to the hospital. Who wants to be told that they went to the hospital?" Grandma was anxious and asked with concern, "What's wrong with little Lu? Where is it? Io, what happened to little Lu's face? How did you get hurt like this?" "I accidentally fell," Fang Yan said. Lu Xiaoge did fall, but it wasn't an accident. He was pushed down by him. Of course, he couldn't explain the details to Grandpa and Grandma. There were many things that could only be borne by young people like them. Grandma got closer and looked at the wound on Lu Chaoge's face carefully. She said, "Why does it look like it was scratched by someone?" "No," Fang Yan said with a smile. "Who dares to scratch our Principal Lu?" Grandma's eyes changed when she looked at Fang Yan. She asked with a serious expression, "Fang Yan, tell me, did you do it?" Fang Yan had a feeling of being hit by a stick. "Grandma, are you my biological grandmother? How can you doubt your grandson like this? How could your grandson do such a thing? How could I have the guts? How dare I shave Principal Lu's face like this? Fang Yan, how could you do such a thing?" Grandma said angrily. "The Fangs taught you to fight all day, but didn't they teach you how to read and write? Our Lu family is a family of scholars. Respecting women is the most basic virtue. You actually used force on a woman. Can you still be considered a man?" "Grandma, I didn't," Fang Yan hurriedly explained. He didn't dare to bear the bad reputation of hitting a woman. His grandma was a talented student in Peking University's Faculty of Arts. She was a famous feminist when she was young. Grandfather Lu had such a strong personality, but in private, he was also tamed by her to be docile and obedient. If he left such a bad impression in her heart, he wouldn't be able to raise his head in front of her for the rest of his life. More importantly, he wouldn't be able to eat the food she cooked in the future. How could I hit a woman? I like them so much. You ask Principal Lu. You ask Principal Lu what's going on. Grandma looked at Lu Chaoge and asked, "Little Lu, tell me, what's the matter with the injury on your face? Did Fang Yan shave it?" "No," Lu Chaoge said. Look, look." Fang Yan was amused. "How could I do such a thing? Fang Yan only pushed me down, that's why I got hurt," Lu Chaoge said. Fang Yan's eyes widened. "Oh my God, I pushed you down to save you. You can't bite the hand that feeds you. Fang Yan, you really disappoint me." Grandma was furious. She looked around, grabbed a bunch of green onions from the shopping bag, and hit Fang Yan's head. "How could you do such a thing? Why did you push little Lu down? This is worse than shaving your face." "Grandma, you misunderstood," Fang Yan explained while covering his head. He felt that he was really wronged. How could a woman like Lu Chaoge stab him at this time? Weren't they close comrades and partners? "I misunderstood you." Grandma slapped him even more vigorously. Little Lu said it himself, what kind of misunderstanding can there be? Lu Gong's face was also embarrassed, and he scolded, "A man who hits a woman will never have a bright future." Lu Chaoge. Fang Yan roared angrily. Little Lu, don't speak up for him. Grandma held Lu Chaoga's hand and comforted her. If you don't teach him a lesson, he'll be even more lawless in the future. Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan and said, he pushed me down to save me. Chapter 161. Grandma looked at Fang Yan, then looked at Lu Chaoga, and asked in confusion, Little Lu, what's going on? You don't have to be afraid of him, just tell me the truth. Grandma will stand up for you. Fang Yan pushed me to the ground and scratched my face. Lu Chaoga said leisurely, he did it to save me. The green onion in Grandma's hand fell to the ground. Did she hit her grandson for nothing? Did it really have nothing to do with Fang Yan? Fang Yan was finally saved. He stared at Lu Chaoga angrily and roared, Lu Chaoga, why did you accuse me? Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan expressionlessly and said, did I say anything wrong? Fang Yan thought about it. Lu Chaoga really didn't say anything wrong. Grandma asked her if she scratched her face, and Lu Chaoga answered yes. That was the truth. Grandma asked her how she scratched her face, and she said she pushed her down and hurt herself. That was also the truth. He pushed her down and hurt himself because he wanted to save her. That was also the truth. She didn't lie, and she answered all the questions truthfully. But, girl, can you say everything in one breath? How can you play with people like this? Seeing Fang Yan's angry look, Grandma patted his arm again and said dotingly, you child, what's there to be angry about? Little Lu was just joking with you. Do you need to be so angry? If you were an insignificant person, would little Lu joke with you? Fang Yan was so wrong that he was about to cry. Grandma, are you my grandma or Lu Chaoga's grandma? Isn't it too obvious that you're biased? Stingy men are also useless. Lu Gong's eyes were on the flowers and plants on the roadside, and he said stiffly. Okay. Grandma won't ask about you young people's business anymore. Grandma pointed to the shopping bag in Lu Gong's hand and said, I saw some fresh hairy crabs in the supermarket, so I bought a few of them. I was just about to call you to ask you to come home for dinner tonight, and now we just happened to bump into each other. Chaoga, you too. Grandma, I don't think that's necessary. Fang Yan refused. Principal Lu's injuries are serious. We'll have to apply medicine for her later. It doesn't matter. You can take Chaoga to my place first, and then you can go back and get the medicine. I have plenty of rooms at my place, and you can apply the medicine there, said Grandma with a smile. Principal Lu, you can't eat seafood, I also bought lean meat and white fish, it's just a meal, why are you being so wishy-washy? Lu Gong's gaze finally shifted to Fang Yan's face as he said impatiently. After scolding Fang Yan, he looked at Lu Chaoga with a gentle expression and said, Xiao Lu, let's have dinner together. I have something to talk to you about. Sure, Principal Lu, Lu Chaoga agreed without hesitation. So, Lu Gong led the way with his hands behind his back, and Grandma looked at Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga with a smile. Fang Yan couldn't resist, and had to help Lu Chaoga walk toward his grandparents' house. Why did you do this to me? Fang Yan complained in a low voice as he walked at the back with Lu Chaoga's help. Grandma had indeed hit him in the head, and his face smelled of garlic. Did I? Lu Chaoga asked. Of course she wouldn't tell him the reason. On the night of the tragedy, he picked her up rudely and threw her on the sofa, which made her already seriously injured body even worse. He grabbed her shoulder and questioned how long she was going to use him. When she took off her clothes in the shower that night, she found that there was a large purplish-red fingerprint on her shoulder. What was even more hateful was that the second before the police broke the door, he suddenly threw himself at her and kissed her lips when she was caught off guard. She was the vice principal of Rosefinch Secondary, and her superior. If she didn't teach him a lesson, where would her dignity be? You did it on purpose. Fang Yan said fiercely, let's see who will help you in the future. The corner of Lu Chaoga's mouth curled up into a charming smile, but it disappeared in a flash. Fang Yan had just settled Lu Chaoga on the sofa in the living room when Grandma urged, "Fang Yan, go back and get the medicine for Xiao Lu. You can't delay it." "Grandma, actually, it's okay to apply it after dinner," Fang Yan said perfunctorily. Lu Chaoga did need to apply the medicine, but the time to apply the medicine was after the shower every night. He just didn't want to listen to Grandma's nagging, so he found an excuse to refuse to come here for dinner. At this time, he really didn't want to go back to get the medicine for nothing. "How can that be?" Grandma pulled Fang Yan up from the sofa. "Hurry up and get the medicine. This is a big deal. What if I get disfigured because of the delay?" When Fang Yan left helplessly, Lu Gong looked at Lu Chaoga and said, "How's the schoolwork?" "It's fine," Lu Chaoga said. "That's good." Lu Gong nodded with relief. "Is it difficult?" "Everyone takes care of me." "Communicate more." "They will understand," Lu Gong said. "I'm not good at communicating. That's why I invited you back." "I won't disappoint the old principal's expectations," Lu Chaoga said. "This is the expectation of the whole school," Lu Gong said. "Fang Yan, he's young and impulsive. He's smart, but he's lazy and lazy. You have to urge him more." "I will." Lu Chaoga nodded. "If he bullies you?" Lu Gong thought about it and said, "Tell Grandma." "Fang Yan is very good," Lu Chaoga said. She understood the deeper meaning of the old principal's words. "As long as you say it's good," Lu Gong said. He stood up and said, "I'll go check the kitchen." As soon as Lu Gong entered the kitchen, his wife grabbed his arm and glanced at the living room. She whispered, "Is Fang Yan really together with little Lu?" Lu Gong said with a straight face, "What's there to be surprised about? Little Lu is good. It's Fang Yan's good fortune to be able to be together with her." "He found a treasure," his wife said. "I'm just afraid that Fang Yan doesn't know how to cherish it and does things that make people angry." "Why are you, an old woman, getting involved in the matters of young people?" Lu Gong said with his eyes wide open. "You're not getting involved." "I'm not getting involved." Lu Gong turned around and was about to leave. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and said, "Have a good talk with that brat. Tell him to be more mature in the future." "Damn old man, you're so stubborn." Grandma grinned. Qiang Longtan's office was very simple. As the chairman and the actual controller of the Longtu Group, his office conditions were worse than some of the deputy directors in the group. He was even worse than some department managers. The office space was less than 30 square meters. There was a wooden desk and a wooden chair. Behind him was a row of bookcases against the wall. The bookcases were filled with all kinds of books. Other than that, there was nothing else. Most of the time, Qiang Longtan would sit in his office and read. When he read the most interesting parts of the book, he would pick up his pen and make comments in the middle of the book. Since Qiang Longtan loved books, the company's senior and middle management liked to read as well. Moreover, they all liked to borrow books from Qiang Longtan. Qiang Longtan did not reject any of them. Of course, Qiang Longtan had a rule. When borrowing a book, he would specify the return date. After reading the book had to be returned on a regular basis. Then, everyone would discuss the content of the book together. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. Whether this habit of borrowing books was sincere or just to please, only the person involved would know. The senior management of the Longtu Group knew that there was only one senior manager who had not borrowed a book from Qiang Longtan. That was Lu Jing, the chief engineer of the Research and Development Department. Lu Jing was a veteran employee of the Longtu Group. It was said that when the company had just started, there were only 9 people in the company, and he was one of them. The others were either the general managers of major departments, or the capable ones who had been promoted quickly were now the deputy directors of the company. Of course, Lu Jing was not doing badly. For an energy company, the research and development department was the core industry of the group. It was the most important department. All the other departments were actually serving the research and development department. Therefore, Lu Jing did not borrow books from Qiang Long Tan. Although everyone felt that he was a little pedantic, or even an idiot, Qiang Long Tan had never expressed any ill will towards him. His position was as stable as Mount Tai. As Qiang Long Tan was reading a reference book, The History of Hua Xia written by the Japanese, someone knocked on the office door. "Come in," Qiang Long Tan shouted without raising his head. His gaze was still on the open page of the book. The office door was pushed open silently. Secretary Li walked in and said, "Chairman Jiang, Lu Gong wants to talk to you." "Lu Jing." Qiang Long Tan closed the book and said, "He's a rare guest. Let him in." "Yes," Secretary Li replied, turned around, and left. When the office door was pushed open again, a middle-aged man in a white coat appeared in front of Qiang Long Tan. His face was full of sideburns, and his hair was messy as if he had not washed it for a month. Lu Jing closed the office door behind him and stood at the office door, chuckling. This scene was both surprising and strange. A company's senior management had entered the boss office, but he did not say a word and only grinned foolishly. What kind of logic was this? "Chairman Jiang, I'm here to borrow a book from you," Lu Jing said with a chuckle. Crash! Qiang Long Tan pushed the chair away and stood up. He looked at Lu Jing with a serious face and said, "Old Lu, what do you mean by this? Aren't you slapping my face?" "Qiang Long Tan. We've known each other for so many years, and you're playing this game with me?" Lu Jing still chuckled and said, "I can't help it. These days, if you want to be promoted, get rich, and save your life, you have to say a few good words and stuff your head in your pants. What else can I do?" "Lu Jing, what do you mean by this?" Qiang Long Tan shouted sternly. Chapter 162. Lu Jing wasn't intimidated by Qiang Long Tan's anger. He kept that infuriating smirk on his face and said sarcastically, "What do I mean? In order to save my little life, I came to flatter you, Jiang Long Tan, just like those other fellows who borrowed books from you to get promoted and become rich. What's wrong with that? What? Am I not good at flattery? Or am I not polite enough? Is that why you're not going to lend me books? I used to be the only one who didn't want to borrow books from you, but now I'm the only one who doesn't want to borrow books from you. It'll be interesting if people hear about it." Qiang Long Tan stared at Lu Jing coldly and said, "What? Are you suspecting me of what happened to Chaoga? Who else could it be?" Lu Jing didn't bother to hide his emotions and his dark beard quivered as he spoke. Who benefited the most from Lu Mingtu's death? Now, if Lu Xiaoge were to die, who would benefit the most? The one who benefits is the murderer. Is there a need to doubt that? Lu Jing, don't slander me. Qiang Long Tan bellowed, "The three of us have known each other for a long time, and I see you and Mingtu as my best friends. I've never tried to profit from my friend's death. I'm sad about what happened to Mingtu, but I had nothing to do with it. Plus, you know what happened to the company back then, don't you? Mingtu died so suddenly that we had to put our research and marketing plans on hold for the time being. It was a huge loss for me as well. What did I gain? What did I gain? Of course you did." Lu Jing sneered. How big was Longtu Group back then? How big is it now? At that time, Longtu Group was jointly owned by you and Lu Mingtu. Now, it has become the Jiang family's private property. If this isn't a benefit, then what is? The reason why the Longtu Group has developed to such a scale today is because I, Qiang Long Tan, have been working hard and doing my best for so many years. It's also because countless Longtu people have fought by my side and contributed selflessly. The Longtu Group's current achievements are due to luck and it's inevitable. This is the reward for the hard work of me and all the people of Longtu. Qiang Long Tan, I know you're eloquent and I can't win against you. I just came to tell you something. I can stop pursuing what happened to Lu Mingtu, I can't do anything about it, but I'm warning you, don't touch Lu Chaoga. If anything happens to Lu Chaoga, I won't forgive you. Lu Jing pointed at Qiang Longtan and threatened. Impudent! Qiang Longtan roared. Lu Jing, do you know what you're doing? Of course I do, Lu Jing said. I also hope you know what you're doing. Lu Jing, Chairman Jiang, do you have anything else to say? You're fired, Qiang Longtan said. Lu Jing looked at Qiang Longtan and laughed. He laughed so hard that tears and snot came out of his eyes. Qiang Longtan, oh Qiang Longtan, I knew you're not a good person. Lu Jing pointed at Qiang Longtan and laughed so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. You hypocrite, you really are a villain. You're a butcher who talks about morality and loyalty. You're a kind-hearted killer. You got rid of Lu Mingtu in order to monopolize power. Now, in order to cover up your crimes, you want to kick me away. Ha ha ha, you say we're your best friend and brother. Qiang Longtan, is this how you treat your best friend and brother? Lu Jing took out a folded piece of paper from the pocket of his white coat and walked in front of Qiang Longtan. He slapped the paper on Qiang Longtan's desk and sneered, Qiang Longtan, I know you're capable of doing anything. So, I've already written this resignation letter. You don't need to kick me out, I'll resign myself. Now, can I leave? Scram! Qiang Longtan pointed at the door and shouted. You're on your own. Lu Jing stared at Qiang Longtan with disdain and said, remember what I said, if anything happens to Lu Chaoga again. I don't care if you did it or not, I'll put it on your head. Lu Jing strode out of the office, knocking against the door with a loud bang. Secretary Li pushed the door open and came in, asking with concern, Mr. Jiang, Lu Gong, it's okay. Qiang Longtan waved his hand and said, he has some misunderstandings about me. Let him calm down. The sky was dark and the rain was hazy. This kind of weather was suitable for daydreaming with a cup of latte in a cafe or sitting under the eaves of the corridor with a copy of Song Ci in hand. There was no need to think or do anything. Along with the drizzle, one's thoughts spread out to a boundless and limitless range. Uncle Lu, how could you quarrel with him? Lu Chaoga said with a face full of guilt. Because of me, you lost your job. I really don't know how to repay you. What's a job? Big Beard Lu Jing said angrily. Your mother and I were classmates and good friends with your father. The few of us came up with this creative project together and we established a company together. When they got married, I was one of your father's 3 groomsmen. On the day you were born, your father and I waited at the door of the ward. How could I not feel bad when your parents met with such a disaster? How did I get through all these years? I wanted to leave Longtu for a long time, but I couldn't bear to. Longtu had my blood, sweat and tears, as well as your parents' blood. This was the result of all of our hard work. Longtu is an egg. We personally turned the egg into a chick and watched the chick grow up day by day. I have feelings for Longtu. However, they had gone too far. I couldn't stop them from laying their hands on your parents in the past. Now they want to lay their hands on you. I can't take it anymore. If they don't succeed this time, they won't do it again. I might as well shed all pretense of cordiality with them and make them feel some fear. Otherwise, they will be even more lawless. Who can guarantee what they will do next time? Lu Chaoga sighed softly and said, unfortunately, I don't have any evidence. You can't be too hasty with this kind of thing, Lu Jing said. It's been so many years. You were still young back then. What evidence could you have? So many years have passed. Even if there was any evidence left, it would have been cleaned up by them a long time ago. It's not that easy to find evidence. Uncle Lu, what should I do now? Lu Chaoga looked at Lu Jing and asked in a low voice. He was her elder and her parents' best friend. She was very lost now and needed someone to point her in the right direction. Get the shares back, Lu Jing said. They always put on a bodhisattva face, so you can't do anything. What about themselves? They're cruel and merciless. They're too much of a bully. They're heartless, so we have to be heartless too. You can't hide it anymore. Find a lawyer to negotiate with them and get back the shares that belong to you. You're an adult now and have the right to take over all the shares in Longtu Group under your father's name. Fang Yen sat next to her and drank his tea, but he didn't interrupt. This was Lu Chaoga's family business. It wasn't appropriate for him to get too involved. Lu Chaoga hesitated and said, "If that's the case, Chaoga, people are sinister." Lu Jing comforted her. "I know. Qiang Long Tan raised you for more than 20 years, and you have feelings for them. But how did they treat you? They wanted to kill you. Although we don't have any evidence, our feelings won't lie to us. Don't we already know who did this? I think it's better to be cautious," Fang Yen said with a smile. Qiang Long Tan didn't say that he wouldn't give it to them. If Chaoga acts rashly, she might be used by someone with ulterior motives. Lu Jing stared at Fang Yen and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Principal Lu's colleague," Fang Yen said. "Colleague?" Lu Jing was angry. He pointed at Fang Yen and said, "You're just Chaoga's colleague. What right do you have to make decisions for others? How can this be a child's play? You don't know anything. You don't know how urgent this matter is. I didn't say I was going to make decisions for him." Fang Yen explained, "I'm just giving you a suggestion. I'll bring it up, and you guys can discuss it. If you think it's feasible, then do it. If not, then pretend I didn't say anything. How about I wait at the door for a while?" "Uncle Lu, Fang Yen can be trusted," Lu Chaoga said to stop the two men from arguing. "Fang Yen has a point. To be honest, my head is a mess right now. Who did this to my parents? Who wanted to hit me that night? There's no evidence, no clues. If I fall out with the Jiang family, it won't be good for them, but what good will it do for me? If I fall out with the Jiang family, it'll be a huge blow to Longtu Group. Just like Uncle Lu said, Longtu Group is your blood and sweat, and it's also my parents' blood and sweat. All these years, I've never done anything for it, but I can't tarnish its reputation." Soft-hearted. Lu Jing sighed. "Just like your parents. If your parents had listened to me back then, they wouldn't have died tragically in a foreign land." Lu Chaoga's face turned pale. She asked anxiously, "Uncle Lu, what do you mean by that?" If anyone knew the truth, the person in front of her would be one of them. Even Fang Yan's nerves were stirred by this sentence. Could it be that Lu Chaoga's parents had encountered the same difficult choice back then? If that was the case, then who had forced him into such a situation? Fang Yan felt that the fog was about to dissipate, and the twilight of the truth was waving at them not far away. Chapter 163. The raindrops were like pearls, falling densely, as if they would never stop. The banana tree in the corner was thick and vigorous. Its leaves, which were bigger than grass fans, were blown off by the strong wind. A few pots of cacti were still exposed in the rain, using their tenacious vitality to resist the bad weather. In this restless afternoon, there were bound to be some restless events. Lu Jing took a sip of tea, looked at the rain outside, and said, "This terrible weather. I wonder when the sky will be clear. People are going to grow mold." The two audience members, Lu Chaoga and Fang Yan, had no intention of continuing the conversation. They hoped that Lu Jing could quickly get to the point instead of talking nonsense. Lu Jing's expression became sad, just like the continuous rainy season that made people feel depressed. There are times when teeth bite the tongue, not to mention two men with different life backgrounds. When Longtu was first established, Qiang Long Tan provided the capital, and your father provided the technology. Qiang Long Tan held 51% of the shares of Longtu Group, and your father held 49%. At that time, your father felt that he had too much and wanted to reduce his shares, but Qiang Long Tan stopped him. Qiang Long Tan told your father that this was a technical company, and that technology was the soul and life of Longtu. He said your father deserved more. Of course, it was their honeymoon period at that time. I heard these things from your mother. Because I had not entered Longtu Group at that time. You should know that the core project of Longtu Group is the Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube is mainly used to support some high-tech projects, including ships, warships, or submarines. The Rubik's Cube is your father's work. Your parents had always wanted to commercialize the Rubik's Cube. They hoped to reduce its development costs, so that it could be popularized in all aspects of people's lives. For example, computers, mobile phones, home televisions, and other electrical products that require energy. He hoped to bring about a revolution. A revolution to replace new energy sources. This is the great ideal and ultimate goal of every researcher. However, Qiang Long Tan hoped to rely on it to get a super order from the military. He hoped to completely militarize the Rubik's Cube. In other words, he wanted to develop its power to the extreme, and as for the cost, the military would pay for it anyway. Then, the conflict between the two sides arose. It was when their argument was at its most intense that I entered Longtu Group. I was personally invited to the company by Qiang Long Tan. He hoped that there would be another scientist to compete with your father, so that he would know his position, and not blindly compete with him, the actual controller. For a long time, my relationship with your father was not harmonious. Your father was a stubborn man, and I was the person chosen by Qiang Long Tan. I had to act. I had to act with him to gain his trust. But, from the bottom of my heart, I agreed with your father's choice. The two of us even privately imagined the widespread civilian market of the Rubik's Cube and the impact it would bring to the world. We quickly became friends. Of course, your mother and I have been friends for a long time. Because the research on the Rubik's Cube has encountered a technical problem, both for civilian and military purposes, it can only be temporarily shelved. The relationship between Qiang Long Tan and your father has been restored. There is no conflict of interest. In my opinion, they are even closer than before. If that's the case. Lu Chaoge clenched her fists. Why did they still attack them? I don't know. Lu Jing shook his head. Maybe there are a lot of details I don't know. I only know that after your parents worked overtime for several months, Qiang Long Tan said they should go out for a walk. They chose to go to the place they always wanted to go and never came back. Silence. There was a long silence. Lu Chaoge's face was expressionless, but her hands that were holding the teacup were trembling slightly, as if she was going to crush the teacup in her hands. Fang Yan took the teacup from Lu Chaoge's hand and patted her knee gently. He looked at Lu Jing and said, "You also persuaded Principal Lu's father, Mr. Lu and Jiang Zhulu, to part ways?" Lu Jing's face was a little unnatural as he said, "I did persuade him. Since everyone is not happy with each other, why do we have to eat in the same pot? With Mingtu's ability and the patent of the Rubik's Cube, he can do well anywhere." Unfortunately, Mingtu refused. He said that since he had chosen to cooperate with Qiang Long Tan, he would not easily abandon his teammates. But, did he choose the right teammate? He did not betray his teammates, but his teammates completely sold him out. "We still don't have any evidence," Fang Yan said aloud. "There is no evidence to prove that Qiang Long Tan did it." Lu Jing sneered and said, "You haven't dealt with Qiang Long Tan, you don't know how terrible he is." Evidence? How could you find evidence for what he did? Besides, if I had evidence in my hands, I would have reported Qiang Long Tan long ago. Why would I need to swallow it for so many years? Fang Yan glanced at Lu Chaoge and said, "Principal Lu is in a bad mood now. Give her a little more time. Let her think about it again." Lu Jing looked at Lu Chaoge and said, "Chaoge, this is your business. You take care of it yourself. Uncle Lu doesn't mean anything else. I just hope you don't walk the same path as your father. Qiang Long Tan is already diluting your father's shares with shell companies. If you act too late, I'm afraid there won't be anything left in your hands." "Uncle Lu." Lu Chaoge looked up at Lu Jing and said, "Can you help me?" "Me?" Lu Jing looked at Lu Chaoga in surprise. I've always wanted to help you. I used to be able to provide you with some information. But I have no power or position now, and I'm just a stranger to Longtu Group. What can I help you with? Although you've resigned from Longtu Group, you can be my representative. Help me set up a legal team and negotiate with Qiang Long Tan. Help me get back everything that belongs to me. Chaoga, I've always been in the technical field, and I really can't do this. You should find another trustworthy person. Lu Jing refused. His expression was sincere and his tone was sincere. Only you, Lu Chaoga said. You're the only one I can trust and the right person to do this. Uncle Lu, I'm counting on you. Fine. Lu Jing gritted his teeth and said, I don't know much about economics, but I know how to negotiate with Qiang Long Tan. Thank you, Lu Chaoga said gratefully. After discussing the details, Lu Jing stood up and said goodbye to Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga couldn't stand up to see him off because of her legs. Fang Yan walked him to the gate of the small courtyard. Lu Jing opened the umbrella and said to Fang Yan, it's raining heavily outside. Let's go back. Fang Yan stood at the threshold and said with a smile, it's raining heavily outside. Take care. Let's go. Lu Jing waved his hand and walked into the rainforest. Because of the accumulation of rain on the ground, Fang Yan could clearly see that his shoes were soaked as soon as they touched the ground. Fang Yan closed the gate and walked back to the living room. He sat down next to Lu Chaoga, who was staring out the window in a daze, and said, Are you in too much of a hurry? Yes, I am, Lu Chaoga said. You believe that Qiang Long Tan did it? Right now, all the evidence points to him as the target. Everyone is telling me that he's the murderer. Lu Chaoga said. Yes. Fang Yan thought for a while and said, it's like it's been arranged. Yes. It's like it's been arranged, Lu Chaoga said. It looks like the pot of water is about to boil. So, I'll pour another bucket of oil into it. Let's see what kind of chemical effect it will have by pouring oil into boiling water. Fang Yan's body leaned weakly on the sofa and he said, it must be wonderful, right? I hope that their patience isn't too good. I hope that they won't hide it for too long, Lu Chaoga said. I hope that it'll be a quick revenge. Lu Jing lived in an ordinary apartment in a residential area, which was very different from his status as a senior manager of Longtu Group. After all, due to the popularity of the energy sector in recent years, even the income of some department managers was enough to buy a villa around Shixia Mountain. He parked his old Honda that he had driven for several years in the open-air parking lot below the apartment. Just as he was about to open the door and get out of the car, the phone in his pocket rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After answering the call, he asked, Who is this? Did she agree? A man's voice came from the other side of the phone. She agreed. A hint of a smile appeared on Lu Jing's lips. Even the most vigilant cat has its moments of napping. Very good, the man said. I have a present for you. What present? Look up, the man said. Lu Jing was sitting in the car. The car did not have a sunroof, so he could not see anything when he looked up. So, he pushed the door open and took an umbrella from the back seat. Just as he was about to get out of the car to check, a large object fell from the sky. Lu Jing was still holding the large black umbrella in his hand. The umbrella cloth covered his entire body, and he could only tilt the umbrella to see the sky above his head. His eyes were narrowed into slits, and his beard was wet from the splashing rain. The sky was still dark, and the rain was already heavy. Rumble, thunder roared and lightning flashed. The blazing white lightning tore through the sky, lighting up the dark and oppressive sky like a bright lamp. With the help of that flash of light, Lu Jing finally saw clearly what the thing that was flying towards him was. It was the metal water tank that the property management company had installed on the roof to store water for the tenants. Yes, it was the large water tank that Lu Jing had once touched with his own hands. Chapter 164. The wind was howling, and the rain was pouring. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. Countless raindrops were like dense arrows, hitting Lu Jing's fat, pale, bearded face because he had been hiding in the studio for a long time to do scientific research. Everyone had been in the rain. Even if they sometimes felt it was cold, they rarely experienced the pain it brought. But this time, Lu Jing clearly felt it. His skin felt it, and so did his heart. The hair all over his body stood up, and every muscle in his body was stretched to the extreme. The rain was so sharp that it pierced thousands of holes on his face like a beehive. Ah! He opened his mouth, but he didn't know if he made a sound. It was like an art film with a muted sound. His ears had lost their hearing. In his world, there was only a moving picture, but there was no corresponding dubbing. The sound of the wind, the rain, and the rustling of the leaves all disappeared. He tried to raise his head, he wanted to see the man on the roof who wanted to end everything, but his vision was blocked by the water tank that was getting bigger and heavier. Bang! The water tank pressed his body under it, and at the same time, half of the car was flattened. The engine on the front of the car was sparking, which was his weak struggle and roar. But the wind and rain were fast, and the sparks were soon extinguished. Perhaps because of nervousness and fear, Lu Jing was still tightly holding the big black umbrella in his hand before he was smashed. When his arm was smashed by the water tank, the handle of the umbrella was also smashed. The umbrella cloth with the broken handle finally broke free, and it fluttered in the wind and rain. It was like a little black flower that was picked and abandoned by someone. Ga. Because of the huge vibration, several cars in the nearby parking spaces screamed. The shrill sound of the alarm rang through the sky. A resident opened the window, poked his head out to look at the ground, and shouted in a sharp voice, "The water tank on the roof has fallen. Someone's car was smashed. Go and see whose car was smashed, someone's dead. Someone come quickly." The black shadow on the roof took out a monocular. He opened the monocular, and Lu Jing's bloody face suddenly appeared in front of him. Horror. Resentment. They also died with their eyes wide open. Of course, to them, the most important thing was that Lu Jing had died thoroughly. The black shadow raised his hand to his forehead in a non-standard military salute and then turned to leave this dangerous place that would soon become the second crime scene. Clang! The office door was knocked open. Jiang Zhulu anxiously shouted, "Lu Jing is dead." Lu Jing was crushed to death. Qiang Long Tan was standing in front of the office window, holding a book called Heart Sutra in his hands, softly reading it. His expression was calm and peaceful. "Dad, do you know?" Jiang Zhulu asked anxiously. "Lu Jing is dead. He had just run into your office and quarreled with you. You had just fired him, and he died." Qiang Long Tan closed the book, turned around and glanced at Jiang Zhulu. "I know," he said. "You." Jiang Zhulu looked at his father, who was so calm that it was almost eerie, and said, "You don't have any other reaction?" "What kind of reaction should I have?" Qiang Long Tan asked. "We've known each other for many years." "Lu Jing is a good person," Qiang Long Tan said. "He's one of the few friends I have. When Lu Mingtu died, I recited the Heart Sutra to him. Now that Lu Jing is gone, I also recited the Heart Sutra to him. I hope they can pass away peacefully, without any pain, or conflict of interest in Elysium. But, aren't you afraid of the gossip outside?" Jiang Zhulu said, flustered and exasperated. "I just came back from outside. Many people are saying that this matter has something to do with you. They also said that I did it." Qiang Long Tan asked calmly. "Yes," Jiang Zhulu said. "They said that you're cutting off dissidents. First, you got rid of Lu Mingtu, and now you got rid of Lu Jing. In order to achieve your goal of single-handedly controlling the Longtu group." Qiang Long Tan smiled and said, "If that's what I'm trying to do, isn't this a little too much?" Jiang Zhulyo's face was ashen with anger, but Jiang Long Tan had a calm look on his face. It was as if the death of a person was just an insignificant matter. At this moment, he realized that compared to his father, who usually didn't talk much and kept silent most of the time, he was still too inexperienced. Jiang Longtan held the Heart Sutra and carefully stroked the rough surface with his palm. He said, "They are forcing me. They're forcing me." "Dad, call Chaoga and tell her to come home for dinner," Qiang Longtan said. Lu Chaoga had injured her leg and had asked for a few days' leave from school. But Fang Yan's hands and feet were all right, so he had to go to class as usual. Fang Yan's Chinese class was now a beautiful sight in the school. Ever since Class 1 followed the trend and began to carry out situational teaching, the other Chinese teachers no longer put on airs and began to think of ways to make their classes more lively. They tried their best to arouse the students' interest in participating and improve their learning abilities. Moreover, the bet between Fang Yan and Class 1's language teacher, Zhang Yu, had been spread throughout the school by some people with ulterior motives. The students of the two classes would compete in the next final exam to determine their overall score and average score. The loser would have to read an apology written by the winner on the school radio. Zhang Yu was a well-known teacher at Rosefinch, while Fang Yan was the most popular teacher in the school. One was a model of old-fashioned teaching, while the other was a practitioner and promoter of fancy teaching. The final exams were in a week. Who would be the real champion? Who would win the real honor? This time, it wasn't just a competition between Fang Yan and Zhang Yu's abilities, but also a question of which was more suitable for survival, the traditional way of teaching or the new way of teaching. Most people favored Zhang Yu, because Zhang Yu was a senior teacher in the school. More importantly, his students were the cream of the crop. In terms of overall quality, the students of Class 1 were far better than those of Class 9. Class 1 is doing a pre-exam simulation, and Zhang Yu has given us 14 test papers to help the students guess the questions. The students of Class 1 have been working very hard every day, and Zhang Yu has used a despicable tactic to beat us. "Mr. Fang, don't we have to do anything?" Huang Haoren asked worriedly. He was the language representative of Class 9, and since Class 9 had made a bet with Class 1, he naturally had to take the lead. Not only did he have to find a way to boost everyone's morale, but he also had to find out the opponent's actions and strength through various connections. However, while Class 1 was busy winning this competition, their Mr. Fang had no idea how to deal with it. It was as if what he had said that day was just a casual remark, and he had completely forgotten about it. Therefore, Huang Haoren had to take the initiative to communicate with Mr. Fang after class, trying to find out his true thoughts. "Is there any meaning to it?" Fang Yan asked with a smile. "If you rely on doing your best to win this competition, have you really memorized all of it? Can you apply what you have learned? Can you turn this knowledge into a kind of culture, a kind of gene flow into your blood and become one with you? We don't have to do anything. I believe you will be the final winner. Mr. Fang." Huang Haoren was touched. "Okay. Go back to class," Fang Yan said. "Mr. Fang, don't worry, we definitely won't let you down." I said, "I believe in you." Fang Yan nodded. "Oh yes, remember to pass on what I said just now to the students." When Fang Yan came back, Lu Chaoga was standing in front of the window looking at the scenery. She was expressionless, and there was something in her eyes that Fang Yan couldn't understand, but it made his heart palpitate. Fang Yan put away his umbrella and walked in front of Lu Chaoga, asking, "Why don't you go in and sit? Your leg hasn't fully recovered, so you can't stand for too long. What do you want to eat tonight?" "Lu Jing is dead," Lu Chaoga said. "What?" Fang Yan was shocked. At noon, they were still sitting together chatting, and he even walked him to the entrance of this small courtyard. He also told him to pay attention to the wind and rain outside. He only went out for 2 classes, and he hadn't even finished one article. How could a living person suddenly die? Was life so fragile? Fang Yan's expression became serious, and he said, "They are now crazy and have completely lost their minds." "They want me to lose my mind," Lu Chaoga said. "So, the more it is at this time, the more we need to stay calm. Jiang Zhulu called and asked me to go home for dinner tonight, Lu Chaoge said. Asking you to go home for dinner at this time proves that Qiang Long Tan wants to have a showdown with you, Fang Yan said. It's not convenient for you to go home for dinner at this time. Shall I go with you? Okay, Lu Chaoge said, come with me. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan ran out of the room. Fang Yingying looked at Fang Yan and said, Junior Marshal Uncle, shall we go with you? Okay, let's go together, Fang Yan said coldly. Just think of it as improving our lives. Fang Yan turned to look at Lu Chaoge and said, I heard that you rich people eat steak and drink red wine for dinner. Chapter 165. The speed of the police investigation was extremely fast. In less than 24 hours after the accident, they had already found the car involved. They found the car in an abandoned factory compound. Of course, the driver who caused the accident had already escaped. That night, there was a heavy rain, which was the most natural cover. The rain had washed away many important traces, and even the tire tracks had disappeared. This had indeed increased the difficulty of solving the case. The car owner's information was also found. The car owner's name was Han Dongsheng, and he was the boss of a small construction team. He parked the car at the entrance of the construction site, and then stayed in the construction site to play cards with the workers. He had no idea that his car was lost, and he didn't know that his car had become an accomplice to a serious murder in the short period of time it was lost. Because there was a card player who testified for him, Han Dongsheng's suspicion of the crime was cleared. But, who stole his car? This was still an unsolved mystery. The senior police officers in the police team compared the video that was taken when the car was driving. They found that the driver in the driver's seat was wearing a black shirt, a black hat, and a black mask. There was no way to restore his true appearance. Moreover, because the weather was too bad at that time, with the howling wind and heavy rain, the video was too blurry. It was difficult to even tell whether the driver was a man or a woman. You can't find any clues? Fang Yan asked. We can't find any clues, said Wang Dazhong, who was in charge of the case. Because this case involved Lu Chaoge, Jiang Zhulu had informed the leaders of the Huaqing Municipal Public Security Bureau. With the pressure from above, the police officers didn't dare to slack off. They also gave full respect to Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge, who came to question the case. But, this is only temporary. Because the car is only one of the clues, our people are also looking for suspects with a motive. The other lines are also following up at the same time. I believe that we will definitely catch the criminal as soon as possible and give Miss Lu an explanation. Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoge, then said to Wang Dazhong, I want to see the surveillance video of the crime scene, Sky 1. Is that okay? Wang Dazhong looked troubled and said, I am one of the victims, and also a witness. Maybe I can give you some clues after watching the video, right? Lu Chaoge glanced at Wang Dazhong and said, let him take a look. All right then, Wang Dazhong said. Let's watch the video together again. We've studied this video dozens of times. Wang Dazhong invited Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge to the reference room and instructed the staff to play the video of Lu Chaoge being hit at the entrance of Sky No. 1 Hotel on the big screen. From the moment the Toyota appeared on Sky 1's surveillance camera to the moment it mysteriously disappeared, only 2 seconds had passed. The content of the video flashed before their eyes. The parking lot was on the dimly lit side of the hotel, and the surveillance equipment was not advanced enough. The image they could see was indeed a blur. After watching the video, Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge felt that they didn't see anything. Yes, there was nothing. Can you play it in slow motion? Fang Yan asked. Slow motion, Wang Dazhong said to the technician. So, the video, which was only a few seconds in total, was slowed down and stretched, and it appeared in front of Fang Yan again. Stop! Fang Yan suddenly shouted. The technician immediately pressed the pause button, and the image of the black Toyota that had just appeared in the camera was instantly frozen. It was dark, and the rain covered the glass, adding a layer of protective film to it, making it impossible to see the driver's face. Lu Chaoge, Wang Dazhong, and the elites in the criminal investigation team all stared at the picture, but they didn't see anything unusual. "Zoom in," Fang Yan said. "Zoom in on the driver's seat." The technician heard Fang Yan's words and immediately did the corresponding action. Because the picture was constantly zoomed in, the pixels were infinitely diluted, and the image that could be seen became more and more blurry. "Restore to the original state," Fang Yan said again. The technician adjusted the picture to the normal scale again. The pixels were clearer, but they still couldn't see anything strange. "Is there a problem?" Wang Dazhong asked doubtfully. "Look at the steering wheel," Fang Yan said. "What's wrong?" Wang Dazhong looked at the steering wheel of the car and said, "We have studied this 2-second video countless times. Did you find anything?" "There is only one hand on the steering wheel," Fang Yan said. "Only one hand?" Everyone's eyes were focused on the steering wheel. The technician also followed everyone's request to zoom in and out of the picture in that area, and then zoom in again and again. He kept repeating this action. Under Fang Yan's reminder, everyone found that there was indeed only one hand on the steering wheel. "Does this mean anything?" Wang Dazhong asked. "We all know that when a person is doing something very important, he or she will focus all of his or her attention on a single point. Even if he is a professional killer. The wind is so strong, the rain is so heavy, the vision is so blurred, and the wheels may slip at any time. In order to improve the success rate of the mission, shouldn't he hold the steering wheel with both hands at the same time?" "He is a disabled person?" Wang Dazhong asked in disbelief. Their detective work had never gone in this direction. They never thought that a disabled person would have such a deep hatred for Lu Chaoge that he would insist on killing her with a car. "Yes." Fang Yan nodded. "A disabled person." Rain was the city's natural cleaner. After a heavy rain, the whole city looked clean and green. Huacheng was a little chilly in November. Lu Chaoge put on a long windbreaker, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan put on sportswear, and Fang Yan tied a plaid scarf around his neck. He was not cold, but he felt that it was more artistic. Lu Chaoge still could not drive, so Fang Yan became her full-time driver. Under Lu Chaoge's guidance and the navigation, Fang Yan finally parked the car in front of the Jiang family's house. Hearing the car horn outside, the housekeeper opened the door. Seeing Lu Chaoge get out of the car, the housekeeper greeted her warmly. "Miss Lu, you're back. Madam didn't go out to play mahjong today. She's been waiting for you." Lu Chaoge nodded and walked to the living room with Fang Yan's help. Ren Jin was watching TV on the sofa in the living room. Seeing Lu Chaoge come back, she greeted her with a smile. "Chaoge, you're back." "Auntie Ren." Lu Chaoge greeted Ren Jin with a straight face. "Chaoge, come sit here." Ren Jin walked up to Lu Chaoge, held her hand, and said, "Let's sit and talk for a while. Your uncle and Zhu Lu are still at the company. They said that they have an emergency meeting. Chaoge, where have you been these days? Your uncle Jiang came back and said that you had a car accident, and I was scared. Why didn't you come back to tell me about such a big thing like a car accident? Do you know how worried I was? Your phone is always turned off. It really makes me anxious. Are you hurt? You have a few cuts on your face. Are you okay?" It seemed that the Jiang family had been very kind to Lu Chaoge. Anyone who didn't know the inside story would never doubt that the mother and daughter weren't their biological daughter. "I'm fine," Lu Chaoge said. "That's good. I'm glad you're fine." Ren Jin looked relieved and said, "Chaoge, I don't mean to criticize you, but you can't do this again. You have to discuss it with everyone, and you can't bear it alone. Aren't we a family? Don't be so polite to us." "I will." This incident has also taught us a profound lesson. Chaoge, you have to be careful when you make friends from now on. Don't let anyone you don't know get close to you. In this world, there is no lack of those toads who want to eat swan meat, people who want to reach the sky in one step. It's too hard to work, who doesn't want to reap without sowing? You can't judge a book by its cover. Some people are willing to do anything to achieve their ulterior motives. You're still young and inexperienced, so you don't understand. Some people lie for money, some for sex, and some for feelings. What's the point? It's all for their own financial ends. From beginning to end, Ren Jin didn't even glance at Fang Yan or Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, who were standing on either side of him. She treated the three of them like they were invisible, and her attitude affected the nanny as well. According to the rules of the house, the nanny had to make tea for the guests as soon as they arrived, but should she make tea or not? Ren Jin ignored Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohan, but when she chatted with Lu Chaoge, she attacked and condemned Fang Yan with every word she said. In her heart, Fang Yan was just a schemer who was like a toad lusting after a swan's flesh for no reason. For some reason, she was filled with hostility towards Fang Yan. Fang Haohan glanced at Fang Yan, then at Ren Jin. Taking Fang Yingying's arm, he said, "Hero, I'm hungry. I want to eat." "Then let's fill our stomachs," said Fang Yingying. Hence, Fang Haohan went over to the coffee table, picked up the glass that Ren Jin had been drinking tea from, took a big bite out of it, and started chewing. Chapter 166. Kacha, 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 no one spoke again, and they even forgot to breathe. In addition to the voice of a popular female singer who was singing passionately through the national talent show, there was only this creepy sound of eating glass. Moreover, the voice of the female singer had been completely ignored. There was only one rhythm and one sound in everyone's ears, Kacha, Kacha, Kacha. Ren Jin's eyes widened and her mouth opened wide, looking at the man who was chewing glass in disbelief. Was he really eating the glass that he used to drink tea with? How could such a thing be eaten? Wasn't he afraid of cutting his throat? The nanny's psychological endurance was even weaker. She pointed at Fang Haohan and trembled without saying a word, as if she had seen a ghost. It was also the first time that Lu Chaoge saw such a heroic side of Fang Haohan. She looked at Fang Yan with a surprised expression, thinking, what kind of strange people are this guy's friends? The most normal reaction was Fang Yan and Fang Yingying. They were used to Fang Haohan's behavior. Fang Haohan eating glass was not new, but Fang Haohan not eating glass was weird. Originally, Fang Yan thought that eating glass in other people's house was a very impolite behavior, but because Ren Jin was very rude to him, Fang Yan thought that it was a good thing to let Fang Haohan eat 2 glass of his. At least, Fang Yan felt very happy when he saw Ren Jin's shocked and scared expression at this moment. Fang Yan was a kind man. He couldn't stand others making him feel wronged. Kacha. After Fang Haohan ate a small half of the glass, the soaked tea leaves in the glass and the small half of the cup of tea became a burden. Hero Fang thought for a moment, then tilted his head back and drank the tea in one gulp. Then, he poured the tea leaves into his palm and put them into his mouth, chewing noisily. Ren Jin's face turned green. This is the cup she used, this is the tea she drank. Is this rogue indirectly kissing me? You. How can you eat those tea leaves? Ren Jin said angrily. Fang Yan felt that this woman's perspective was really unique. She didn't care why others ate the cups, but she cared why others ate her tea leaves. Was it common sense that tea leaves were harder to digest than glass? It's okay. Don't worry about him. Fang Yan comforted her. Tea leaves are rich in polyphenol, amino acids, and catechins. They are good for the body. Kacha. Fang Haohan stuffed the rest of the glass shards into his mouth. After chewing and swallowing, he wiped his mouth and said to Fang Yingying, I'm not full yet. Fang Yingying patted Fang Haohan's shoulder and said, leave some room for steak and fruit salad. Ren Jin felt that her heart was twitching. Listen, what are these 2 guys talking about? They ate my cup, drank my tea, and now they want to eat my family's steak and fruit salad? You. Ren Jin pointed at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan and shouted, get out of here. Our family doesn't welcome you. Fang Yingying looked at Fang Haohan with a complaining look and said, I told you to bear with it. Look at how angry you are. Old lady, don't be angry, it's easy to get wrinkles when you are angry. How about we ask Junior Marshal uncle to buy you a glass? Old lady. Ren Jin felt like she was struck by lightning. Everything else was ignored by her. Her mind kept repeating the three blood-red words old lady. Old lady. How could they call her old lady? She had beautiful black hair, pink skin, bright eyes, and she also had well-maintained buttocks and breasts. How could he call her an old lady? Ren Jin's first reaction was to immediately find a mirror and look at herself in the mirror to see if there was anything wrong with her dress today. Otherwise, why would someone be so blind as to mistake a flirtatious mature woman like herself as an old lady? Fang Haohan, who was accused by Fang Yingying, felt extremely wronged and argued, Hero, you told me to eat something to fill my stomach. I did say that, but didn't you see the old lady was angry? Lu Chaoga. Ren Jin finally exploded. She shouted with a sharp voice and pointed at Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohan and said, who are these people? What kind of scoundrels are they? What did I tell you just now? Don't make friends with those people you don't know. You just brought them home to anger me. Lu Chaoga, I usually treat you well, and this is how you treat me? Do you want to anger me to death? Auntie Ren, I didn't mean that. Lu Chaoga said. Good. You didn't mean that, did you? Lu Chaoga pointed at Fang Yan and said, let him go. Let them all go. I don't want to see them, I want them to disappear in front of my eyes immediately. Auntie Ren, they are my friends. Lu Chaoga said. Ren Jin calmed down. She stared at Lu Chaoga with burning eyes, and then looked at Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohan as she sneered and said, I understand. Lu Chaoga, are you bringing people back to flaunt your strength? Auntie Ren, I don't understand what you mean. Lu Chaoga said. You don't understand? Lu Chaoga, you don't remember, do you? I took you to have your IQ tested a long time ago, and I clearly remember your test results. You are such a smart woman, how can you not understand what I mean? Don't take things that happened when you were young seriously. Ren Jin said mockingly, that is to say, all these years of raising and taking care of you were fake? I didn't mean that. Lu Chaoga, it's not that you don't understand, it's that you don't have it. If you have the ability, say it frankly. Why are you hiding it? Don't worry, you brought these three clowns to protect you. I can't beat you in a fight, but I can't beat you in an argument. You are safe. Lu Chaoga looked at Ren Jin and asked a question clearly, how did my parents die? Ren Jin was speechless. Lu Chaoga said softly, it's useless to tell you. Lu Chaoga. Ren Jin looked angrily at Lu Chaoga and said, I understand. You have always hated us, always suspected us. You always thought that we killed your parents. Am I right? You suspect the people closest to you. Your mind is really vicious. No wonder you always put on a dead face, no wonder you always ignored us, no wonder you didn't want to come back after you went abroad, no wonder you didn't want to accept when I wanted to betroth you to Jiang Zhulu to make us closer. So it's because of this. So many years of love are going to be erased just because of your suspicion. Lu Chaoga, do you have a conscience? Are you cold-blooded and heartless to this extent? Lu Chaoga looked at Ren Jin and said, Aunt Ren, what do I have to say to make you understand? You don't have to say anything, I already understand. How do I express myself to make my counterattack more powerful? Lu Chaoga continued to ask. You do treat me well, but there's a hint of hypocrisy in your smile. You don't treat me well because you like me, but because of your status and reputation. I understood this a long time ago. How many times have you quarreled with Uncle Jiang because of me? How many times have you suspected that I had an improper relationship with him? You told everyone that I was the best candidate for your daughter-in-law. Didn't you want to cut off the possible relationship between me and Uncle Jiang? Do you think this is how you treat me as your own daughter? You are good to me, Uncle Jiang is good to me, Jiang Zhulu is also good to me, so my life should be arranged by you. What should be said, what shouldn't be done? It's all up to you. I wanted to study abroad after high school, but you all opposed it. Didn't you agree in the end? What kind of effort did I put in for this? Lu Xiaoge asked. You forcibly took me back from the United States. Did you care about what I thought? You forcibly arranged for me to be your daughter-in-law. Did you consider my feelings? Or, do you care, whether I like him or not? Yes, it's because you treat me well that I can't resist. Because my parents died early, I was raised and taken care of by you. I have to live for your wishes. Is that right? Do you understand how I feel? Every time you peel an apple for me, I will think about what you are going to ask from me. Every time you personally cook a bowl of noodle soup for me, I have to think about what kind of deal is behind this bowl of noodle soup. So, I don't want to talk more and more, my life is getting more and more depressed. Every day when I wake up, I feel that my skin is stiff, the air is thin, and even breathing is difficult. Auntie Ren, do you know that I have depression? Do you know that I have seen a psychiatrist? Do you know that I have thought about suicide? Ren Jin's expression was dull. She really didn't know about this. Fang Yan was also stunned for a moment. The strong and cold Principal Lu actually had the thought of suicide. She also had such a weak moment. Even so, you still think that I don't know how to be grateful, and that I am heartless to you all. Lu Xiaoge looked at Ren Jin like a knife and said, Auntie Ren, I think you don't understand what is called gentle violence, right? Chapter 167. Phew. After saying these words, Lu Xiaoge took a long breath of fresh air. Too easy. Too comfortable. How many years had it been? The long days and nights, the days that felt like years, the words that she held back in her heart that were difficult to say, the thorn in her bone, almost tortured her to the point that she was about to go crazy. She was like a silkworm cocoon wrapped in a thin membrane. She wanted to scream, she wanted to struggle and twist with all her might. She wanted to tear everything apart and destroy it, but in the name of love and protection, the thin membrane made it difficult for her to move. Finally, she said what she wanted to say. She was free. Ren Jin's face was as pale as paper. She stared at Lu Xiaoge with deep resentment, and said, I didn't expect that I still raised an ungrateful wolf. Well, Lu Xiaoge, since our Jiang family made you so uncomfortable, since we treated you so badly, then, tell me, what are you doing back this time? Uncle Jiang asked me to come back for dinner, Lu Xiaoge said. Come back. Ren Jin sneered. Lu Xiaoge, what do you mean by coming back? Come back to your own home, then come back. What you said just now has separated yourself from this family. You are no longer a member of this family, you are just a guest. And a guest who is not welcomed by the host. So, as the mistress of this house, please bring your lowly friends out. Fang Yan was angry and said, we are Lu Xiaoge's friends, but we are not dirty. Fang Yingying was also very angry. He slapped Fang Haohen's head and said, Fang Haohen, go eat another glass. Fang Haohen looked at Fang Yan pitifully, not knowing whether he should eat or not. Aunt Ren, don't call me Aunt Ren. Ren Jin angrily interrupted Lu Xiaoge's words and coldly said, Lu Xiaoge, from today onwards, the kindness between us is severed. From now on, we are just strangers, Ren Jin. Lu Xiaoge clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Please respect my friend. Get lost. Ren Jin pointed at the door of the villa. Get out, all of you. Ren Jin turned around and shouted at the nanny, are you stupid? Call security. No need. Lu Xiaoge said aloud. We can walk by ourselves. After that, Lu Xiaoge turned around and walked out of the villa. Just now, when Ren Jin called them scum, Fang Yan did not retaliate. Fang Yan felt that he had suffered a loss. Now that he was about to leave, he naturally couldn't leave with a grievance. Fang Yan slapped Fang Haohen's head and shouted, "Fang Haohen, eat all the glasses in their house." Fang Haohen was shocked and said bitterly, "Junior Marshal Uncle, I'm afraid I can't eat," then pack it up and take it away. That's good. Fang Haohen was happy. He really wanted to find the Jiang family's glasses to eat. Let's eat. Ren Jin laughed wildly. Eat. Eat enough. Eat it all. If you can't finish it, then you're a son of a bitch. Junior Marshal Uncle, she's cursing. Fang Haohen said. Then hit her. Fang Yingying shouted. So, Fang Haohen rushed toward Ren Jin angrily. Go ahead. Ren Jin stood there proudly, raising her beautiful face that could be broken by a single blow. She looked at Fang Haohen with a sneer and said, "Slap me if you can." Fang Haohen was stunned. He turned to look at Fang Yan and said blankly, "Junior Marshal Uncle, did I really slap you?" Slap. Fang Haohen was slapped in the face. After Ren Jin slapped Fang Haohen, she stared at Fang Haohen with disdain and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? Get out of here." Lu Chaoge stopped at the door of the living room. The smile on Fang Yan's face froze. Fang Yingying's fat face was quickly filled with anger. "Bitch, I'll tear you apart." Fang Yingying flew into a rage. He and Fang Haohen were like brothers. Their relationship was much deeper than ordinary people. Hero Fang was bullied and humiliated. This slap in the face was more painful than slapping himself in the face. Fang Yan smiled gloomily and said, "A real man must do what he says." After listening to Fang Yan's words, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen were like tigers and wolves that were released from their shackles. They angrily rushed toward Ren Jin. Slap. Slap. Hiss. The two slaps were the sound of Fang Yingying slapping Ren Jin. Hiss was because Fang Haohen, this simple and honest person, actually reached out and grabbed Ren Jin's long skirt. With just a light pull, the shoulder strap was split into two. Half of Ren Jin's shoulder was exposed to the air. It was snow white and smooth like a young girl. The purple bra strap left a clear flesh mark on her smooth and tender back. It made people look like they were full of the desire to conquer. Time stopped at this moment. Lu Chaoge's mouth was round and round. She looked at this scene in disbelief. The muscles on Fang Yan's face twitched. His eyes were sparkling as he stared at Ren Jin's sexy shoulder and the equally sexy bra strap. "I just said it casually. Why did you really tear it?" Fang Yingying trembled with excitement. This man, Ren Jin's expression was the calmest. She was angry to the extreme, so she was calm to the extreme. She stood there with a face full of arrogance. She stared coldly at Fang Haohen and said, "Tear. Continue to tear." Fang Haohen looked at Ren Jin's eyes. He felt that this woman had a strong power that he couldn't see but could feel. Lu Chaoge came over and put the silk scarf on Ren Jin's shoulder. She said, "My friend didn't do it on purpose. I think, he probably didn't expect such a thing to happen." She turned to look at Fang Yan and said, "There are video surveillance cameras in all the public areas of this villa." There were surveillance cameras? If Ren Jin insisted that Fang Haohen was plotting against her, it would be really difficult for Fang Haohen to clear his name. Fang Yan quickly jumped out to explain and said, "Yes. Fang Haohen is a bit stupid. He usually likes to do stupid things. Which normal person would eat a glass? Isn't there something wrong with his brain?" Lu Chaoge glanced at Ren Jin and said, "Since we are unwelcome guests, my friend and I will leave first." Lu Xiaoge turned to leave, and Fang Yan quickly walked over to support her, who was still walking unsteadily. Fang Haohen looked at Ren Jin timidly and said, I didn't expect your clothes to be so fragile. They were torn with one tear. I didn't mean that, let's go." Fang Yingying grabbed Fang Haohen's arm and said. Fang Haohen turned around and looked greedily at Ren Jin, who had an inviolable expression, and said, "She is so beautiful. I want to find a wife like her in the future." Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge had just walked to the small courtyard of the villa. Before they had time to get into the car, the door of the villa opened again. Clatter, the electronic door extended to both sides, and then a black Bentley stopped at the gate of the courtyard. The bodyguard in the passenger seat quickly got out of the car, and Jiang Zhulu got out, followed by Qiang Longtan, the chairman of the Longtu group. Qiang Longtan saw Lu Chaoge standing by the car and said with a smile, "Did Chaoge just get here?" "I'm going back," Lu Chaoge said. "Go back." Qiang Longtan was surprised. "Didn't we agree to have dinner together tonight? I rejected several social engagements just to come back and have a good meal with you." "What? You don't want to give me this chance?" I told her to leave. Ren Jin appeared at the door of the living room with a silk scarf draped over her shoulders and said, "They are unwelcome." "Nonsense." Jiang Longtan scolded, "Zhaoge is our family." "She's our family. How could she be unwelcome?" Ren Jin looked at Qiang Longtan with a sneer on her face and said, "Qiang Longtan, even if you dig out your heart and liver and feed them to them, it's just like throwing a meat bun at a dog. If you're interested, I have a recording of what she said just now. You can listen to it carefully. You treat her as your family, but she thinks that your home is a prison and wants to run away immediately. Let her go. If she becomes depressed or commits suicide again, who will bear the responsibility?" Qiang Longtan turned his eyes to Lu Chaoge and asked her if what she said was true. Lu Chaoge nodded and said, "Uncle Jiang, let me go. I don't want to have dinner with her. I don't think anyone has an appetite now." Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen both wanted to say that they had an appetite. They had been busy for half a day and were still hungry. But Fang Yan stopped them with a look. They swallowed and didn't say anything in the end. Jiang Longtan heaved a deep sigh and said, "Family harmony brings prosperity to all things. I'm responsible for the mess at home. Well, since I can't eat anymore, let's sit down and talk about something. I have to discuss this matter with you personally." Lu Chaoge looked at Qiang Longtan and asked, "What is it?" Jiang Longtan's brows deeply furrowed as he solemnly said, "A lot of things have happened recently. First, you were attacked, and then Lu Jing died suddenly. To be honest, I'm under a lot of pressure. I, Qiang Longtan, can say that I have a clear conscience, but I still can't ignore everyone's views and criticism. Everyone outside is saying that I'm the one who did it. They say that I killed him in order to control the whole Longtu group. I know that I'm not that kind of person. The reason why I haven't made that decision is because I think that the power of the whole is the strongest and the most competitive." Qiang Longtan looked at Lu Chaoge with a gentle expression and kind eyes, as if he was looking at his most beloved daughter and said, "I just held a meeting with the company's top management, and a lawyer notarized it on the spot. I'm going to transfer your father's shares to your name. In other words, I'm going to give you half of the Longtu group. You deserve it." Chapter 168. Half of Longtu. Fang Yan opened his mouth slightly, his face full of surprise and joy. What surprised him was that Qiang Longtan was really willing to give away half of Longtu. Although Lu Chaoge's father, Lu Mingtu, had founded Longtu Group with Qiang Longtan, and the company name, Longtu, was taken from Qiang Longtan's and Lu Mingtu's names, Lu Mingtu had used his technology to invest in the company. Moreover, due to his untimely death, the Lu family had long been separated from Longtu Group. The reason why Longtu Group could develop to its current scale was almost single-handedly created by Qiang Longtan. It could be said that Qiang Longtan was fully deserving of the soul and king of Longtu Group. However, Qiang Longtan was actually willing to split the product of his hard work into two and give it to the daughter of an old friend. What surprised him was that with the current market value of Longtu Group and the possible future profits, Lu Chaoge would become a millionaire overnight. Fang Yan originally thought that he had hugged a thick thigh, but in the blink of an eye, this thick thigh had become a giant thigh. As long as Lu Xiaoge took over these shares, her name might appear on the next Forbes World's Richest list. In this case, Lu Xiaoge would be too embarrassed to take back her Rosefinch courtyard, right? Fang Yan was already full of expectations for his future life. As long as he continued to curry favor with Lu Xiaoge and maintain a close friendship and comradeship with Lu Xiaoge would bring him to eat, drink, and sleep with big breasts. The problem was, did Qiang Longtan's actions prove that he was really not the murderer who killed Lu Xiaoge's parents? Fang Yan felt that his IQ was not enough. The situation in front of him was getting more and more confusing. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, these two idiots, didn't understand what Qiang Longtan's words meant. Fang Haohan's eyes occasionally glanced at Ren Jin, who was on the steps. The more he looked at her, the more he felt that this woman was interesting. Fang Yingying was trying to persuade him to give up on this idea, telling him that the women in the city were tigers and that he should avoid them at all costs. Jiang Zhuliu's expression was calm. It seemed like he already knew about his father's actions. Instead, Ren Jin's expression changed greatly, and he snapped, "Qiang Longtan, have you discussed this with me before you made such a decision?" Qiang Longtan glanced at Ren Jin and said with a smile, "What's there to discuss? Didn't I just say that? This is what Xiaoge deserves." Deserved? Ren Jin sneered. Then it's really easy for her to earn money. What has the Lu family done for Longtu all these years? What has Lu Xiaoge done for Longtu? When you were working overtime at the company day and night, she was studying and traveling in the United States with a designer bag on her back. When you were begging for help with a glass of wine in your hand, she was fulfilling her dreams and hobbies at school. Who developed Longtu? Without you, Qiang Longtan, would Longtu be what it is today? Would Longtu be what it is today? Would Longtu be as valuable as it is today? She was living a pure and innocent life, and everyone took care of her. Now you've given away half of Longtu with just a few words. Qiang Longtan, let me tell you, I don't agree. Qiang Longtan smiled bitterly and said, "Ren Jin, don't make trouble out of nothing. I've already held a board meeting before I came back, and now this decision has been approved by the board." Make trouble out of nothing. Ren Jin's expression was extremely ugly. Anyone who heard that their husband had given away billions of assets to someone else would have such a reaction. Moreover, this was a woman she hated very much. At that time, the investment in Longtu was made by me. According to the laws and regulations of joint property, I own half of your shares in Longtu. So, I also have the right to vote. My attitude is that I don't agree. Okay. Qiang Longtan's expression turned serious and said, "I'll explain this to you later." That's settled. Qiang Longtan turned around and shouted, "Jiang Zhulu." Jiang Zhulu came forward and took out a document from the file bag in his hand and handed it over. Qiang Longtan took the document and handed it to Lu Xiaoge, saying, "Xiaoge, take this document back and have a look. The shares will take effect after you sign it." Lu Xiaoge's expression was calm, but she looked at Qiang Longtan thoughtfully. "Take it." Qiang Longtan smiled warmly and said, "Although this sounds a little distant, we'll be working partners from now on." Lu Xiaoge took the document from Qiang Longtan's hand and said softly, "Thank you. You really do owe me a thank you." Qiang Longtan nodded and said with infinite emotion, "I've indeed invested too much in Longtu Group, time, energy, and everything. Fortunately, we're still a family. Longtu won't be divided, it's still a strong whole." "Yes." Lu Xiaoge said, "Longtu won't be divided, it's still a whole. It's always been like that." Jiang Zhulu walked up to Lu Xiaoge, smiled elegantly, and said in a very gentlemanly manner, "Xiaoge, congratulations. To be honest, I'm a little uncomfortable with my father's decision. That's half of Longtu we're talking about. But I still have to congratulate you. As my father said, you deserve it. The Jiang family isn't as greedy as people think, and we don't covet other people's things. Now that you've gotten back what belongs to you, I hope you'll be able to let go of the knot in your heart and be truly happy. Pausing for a moment, he glanced at Fang Yan beside him and said, also, I want to say that I haven't given up. My pursuit of you has just begun. Why are you saying that? Qiang Long Tan waved his hand and said, I'm innocent. There's nothing to explain. But I won't get involved in your pursuit of Chaoga. That's between you young people. Chaoga, there's something I need your help with. Once the contract comes into effect, we'll need to hold a press conference to announce the change in ownership. Is that okay with you? No problem, said Lu Chaoga. Good. Qiang Long Tan nodded. It's settled, then. If it's not convenient, I won't force you to stay for dinner. I'm tired. I'll let Zhu Lu drive you. Qiang Long Tan waved his hand and walked up to Ren Jin, who was standing on the steps, looking exhausted. Lu Chaoga's car started up slowly, and the light from the back of the car shone on the wall, Qiang Long Tan, Ren Jin, and Jiang Zhuliu's faces. The light flickered on and off, and the expressions on their faces changed. It had been raining for a few days, and the nights in Huaqing were damp and cool. 19 Step Street used to be narrow and short, and people who had nothing better to do would only need 19 steps to walk the entire length of the street. Of course, 19 Step Street was no longer what it used to be. It was now one of the busiest streets in Huaqing. A young man and a young woman walked on 19 Step Street, attracting the attention of countless onlookers. Some people even took out their phones and tried to take pictures of them. The girl looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She wore a simple white dress, a pair of red leather shoes, and a long leather shawl. She didn't have any accessories on her, but everyone who saw her felt that she was elegant and noble, and they forgot about the world. The man standing next to her gave off a strange feeling. He was slightly older than the girl, and he wore a white casual outfit. He couldn't be considered handsome, and his facial features weren't exquisite. His eyes looked a little too small, his lips looked a little too thick, and his nose didn't meet the standards of a male god that girls expected. However, when all these flaws were put together, it gave off a feeling of perfect harmony. He wasn't cold or handsome, but he had a unique aura. Even when he was walking with the girl next to him, no one thought that he would lose points or be a flower stuck in cow dung. They should be together. That was what everyone thought. The two of them walked aimlessly, their eyes focused on the road in front of them. They didn't look left or right, nor did they have the intention to shop. They looked more like they were walking than shopping. You're so boring, Qinitian said. The man smiled shyly, revealing 2 deep dimples on his face. He touched his nose and said embarrassedly, many people say that. You said you wanted to see the night view of Huaqing. That's why I brought you out. I've already seen it. The man nodded and said, every step we take is the night view of Huaqing. Have you really seen them? The people on this street, the dense crowd, the men and women walking towards us or brushing shoulders with us. Do you really think you've seen them with your own eyes? Qinitian said with a cold smile, I'm really curious, what kind of people can catch your eye? We've walked 749 steps on this street. There are 212 men, 1,656 women, and 19 children. There are 3 mothers carrying their children, and 1 pregnant woman. She continued, we've walked 749 steps on this street, and there are 212 men, 1,656 women, and 19 children. Oh, we walked past 2 Nike stores and 2 opticians. I didn't pay much attention to the rest. After all, I'm really not very interested in these things. The man said with a smile. He still looked like a shy little boy when he smiled. Qinitian sighed softly and said, they say you have a photographic memory and that your mental calculation ability is unparalleled in the world. Looks like it's true. You also have a lot to learn from me, the man said. The people around me keep telling me that. What do you think you need to learn from me? Qinitian asked. I don't make tea as well as you do, don't dress as well as you do, don't have a grasp of fashion, don't sing, don't dance, and don't even like to talk. The man lowered his head and said, I think I have too many things to learn from you, right? But, you're Jiang Junling. Qi Tian curled his lips and said, Huaxia's hero Jiang Junling. Not every outstanding young man can get such an evaluation, right? Chapter 169. The Tao addict, song transplanting seedlings, once said, Jiang Junling is the first hero of Huaxia. He also said, the son should be like Jiang Junling, and the adopted daughter must be like Qi Tian. Because the Tao addict's skill in judging people was the best in the world, Jiang Junling and Qi Tian, who were greatly praised by him, immediately became famous. Even the young people who had the same status as them, or who had even more illustrious family backgrounds, were far behind them in terms of influence. The Tao addict praised Jiang Junling twice in a row and flattered Jiang Junling as the first hero of Huaxia. But he also put Qi Tian in the same position as him. Therefore, Qi Tian's status also rose and became a shining pearl. After listening to Qi Tian's words, Jiang Junling's shy face became more embarrassed. He shook his head and said, there are many talents in Yanjing and heroes are like carps crossing the river. Huaxia is a big place with many talents. How can Jiang Junling dare to say that he is the first hero? Qi Tian also felt the same way and said, the Tao addict is harmful. The two benefited from the words of the Tao addict. They could get more attention from all forces. As long as their performance was eye-catching, it was easy to get everyone's approval. With all kinds of resources piled up, it would be hard for one not to become a dragon or phoenix among men. However, they also suffered because of the Tao addict. They were still young and had a free and unrestrained heart. Being stared at by so many pairs of eyes, they also felt a great pressure that could penetrate through any opening. As long as we don't take its false reputation seriously, others won't take us seriously. Jiang Junling said. The best thing humans are good at is forgetfulness. It's boring to talk to you. Qi Tian said. Jiang Junling smiled and said, you are the first person to talk to me like this. Others may think so, but they have never said so. Qi Tian ignored him and turned to walk into the alley next to the pedestrian street. This alley was a street of snacks. There were juice shops, fruit shops, fried ice shops, fish ball shops, and even more barbecue shops. 10:00 at night was the time when the barbecue stall's business was at its peak. Countless men and women gathered around the square tables, ordering a few skewers of lamb, chives, and eggplants to go with the wine, playing finger-guessing games and having a great time. Qi Tian found an empty table and sat down, then shouted, "Boss, order." The proprietress came over with the menu. When she saw Qi Tian's face clearly, she was stunned. The eloquence that she had developed over the years in the night market suddenly disappeared. It was as if she had suddenly lost the ability to speak. She wanted to praise Qi Tian, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. For the first time, she felt that praising someone was actually a form of blasphemy. Qi Tian took the menu and began to look through it. Then he ordered quickly, 4 skewers of beef. 4 mutton skewers. 2 chicken feet. 2 corn. 2 chives. Oh, and a portion of sea white bean sprouts. Give me 2 mugs of draft beer. Thank you. Miss, you alone. I'm afraid you can't finish so much, the proprietress kindly reminded her. Qi Tian pointed at Jiang Junling and said with a smile, I have companions. Oh. Then I'll go prepare now. The proprietress smiled fawningly and trotted away. Qi Tian waved at Jiang Junling and said, it's my treat tonight. Jiang Junling smiled but didn't say anything. He stood far away from the barbecue stall and didn't want to move. He didn't want to sit on the greasy stool and accompany Qi Tian to eat the barbecue food of unknown origin. Jiang Junling, you still can't put down that stinky attitude? Qi Tian said sarcastically. My attitude isn't stinky. How can it be stinky? Jiang Junling said with a smile. Enjoy it. I'll wait for you. How boring. Qin Yitian looked at Jiang Junling and said. At that moment, the beer that Qin Yitian ordered was served. She picked up 2 mugs of beer and walked straight to the group of men at the next table. She said, Are you guys playing finger guessing? Count me in. As she spoke, she had already picked up a plastic chair with her foot and sat down. She put the beer on the table and said, Can we start now? Silence. Dead silence. The pupils of the blonde skinny boy expanded, the acne on his pigtail opened his mouth wide, the azure dragon tattooed on his left arm and the heavenly wolf tattooed on his right arm, the big fatso who bragged to his friends that he wanted to drink the strongest alcohol, eat the fattest meat, and use the sharpest sword to fuck the sexiest woman, just like the protagonist of a novel by Gu Long. Everyone looked at Qin Yitian in surprise, looking at the woman who suddenly appeared in front of them. They were a little nervous, a little scared, but most of them didn't know what to do. This woman. She can't be a female demon, right? Knowing the background of the people at the table, the lady boss was worried that the delicate girl would be at a disadvantage sitting with them. She was about to come over and give her a friendly reminder, but the scene that unfolded in front of her left her puzzled and confused. The most vicious and greedy gangsters of the 19th Street welcomed such a fat sheep with this kind of attitude? What? You don't want to? Qin Yitian raised her eyebrows and asked. Her frown made the hearts, livers, lungs, and other organs of the gangsters melt. Azure Dragon Sky Wolf looked at Qin Yitian carefully and said, Girl. We don't know what kind of game you like to play. I'm fine with any kind. You guys can teach me. Qin Yitian said. Then let's play the 15 to 20 game we just played. Up to you. Start. Azure Dragon Sky Wolf shouted loudly. The others were also excited. With such a goddess on the scene, who wouldn't be on their best behavior? What was that saying again? When men and women pair up, drinking is only enjoyable. While Qin Yitian and the gangsters were having fun drinking and playing finger guessing, Jiang Junling was standing at the place where he had just stopped. His clothes were immaculate, his hair unruffled, his back ramrod straight. He maintained a calm and gentle smile on his face. Even if he had to wait for a long time, he wouldn't look anxious at all. It was only a few meters away, but it was like standing in 2 different worlds. After drinking the beer, he ordered more. After eating the barbecue, he ordered more. As time passed, it was late at night. Qin Yitian finally stood up. Lady boss, please pay the bill. Azure Dragon Sky Wolf shouted heroically. Let me do it. Qin Yitian stopped him. We just agreed that this meal is on me. Sister Tian, this is what we men should do. Azure Dragon Sky Wolf wanted to fight for it again. You can also pay the bill. Qin Yitian said. She pointed to the lady boss and said, Pay her back the money you owe. The lady boss's face changed and said anxiously, No need. It's really not necessary. You guys are giving us face by coming here for a meal and a bottle of wine. We can't wait to be happy. It's for us to warm up. She wasn't being modest. She was afraid from the bottom of her heart. These gangsters often fought with each other if they didn't agree. They would smash the tables and chairs, smashing their stall. If they didn't want to pay for the damage, then their hard work for several days would be in vain. If these gangsters just ate and drank, it wouldn't be a big problem for them. You want them to pay? Isn't that suicidal? Listen to what you're saying. Do you think we don't need your money for a meal? Azure Dragon Sky Wolf said with a red face. Since Sister Tian said so, we have to pay. Not only this meal, but also all the money we owe you before. Azure Dragon Sky Wolf took out a bunch of banknotes from his trouser pocket and stuffed them into the lady boss's hand without counting them. He said, You count first, we'll pay if it's not enough. He then pointed to the lackeys around him and said, You guys also take out your money. As a result, the lackeys opened their bags one after another. One paid 210, and the other paid 350. They stuffed the money in their pockets into the lady boss's hands. The lady boss didn't dare to take it, but she also didn't dare to not take it. She was in a dilemma where to stand. Azure Dragon Sky Wolf understood the lady boss's thoughts and said, I know what you're worried about. You're worried that we'll take revenge. I'm not. I'm really not. The lady boss's explanation was very weak. Lady boss, don't worry. We won't take revenge. Absolutely not. Not only will we not take revenge, but from today on, your stall will be under my protection. If anyone dares to fight here and eat without paying, they'll have to ask me first if I'm willing. Azure Dragon Sky Wolf looked at Chinitian and said, Sister Tian, I know you're not an ordinary person. Don't think that I'm uncultured, my eyes have never been wrong. It's my great fortune to be able to meet Sister Tian at this barbecue stall and to be able to drink and play finger-guessing games with us. It's also the fortune of my brothers. I'm a grateful person. I met Big Sister Tian at Lady Boss's barbecue stall and got the chance to drink with Big Sister Tian. So, I'm going to repay Lady Boss's kindness now. Does Big Sister Tian feel at ease now? Chinitian smiled and nodded. She looked at Azure Dragon Sky Wolf with her beautiful eyes and said, I've never doubted you. Chinitian waved at them, and the group of gangsters shouted affectionately, Sister Tian, take care. The autumn wind was bleak, and the lady boss stood in the wind with a handful of banknotes in her hand. Chinitian walked right past General Jean, not bothering to greet him. Jiang Junling took the initiative to follow him and said with a smile, Chinitian, do you think this kind of life is interesting? Interesting, Chinitian said. I like this kind of life. Jiang Junling, you're not down to earth. Why do I have to be down to earth? Jiang Junling said with a smile. We and them are not the same kind of people. You sit with them, you drink and play finger-guessing games with them, you call them brothers. But you're still above them. You're always looking down at them, and they're always looking up to you. Isn't that the case? Jiang Junling smiled brightly, revealing his snow-white teeth, and said, they can't enter our world, so I won't easily cross into their world. Chapter 170. So you always maintain a high and mighty attitude, like a god? Chinitian asked. Your so-called fusion, isn't it just another form of being high and mighty? Wherever you go, you change the fate and direction of some people and things. Just like that lady boss. You are also a god. The difference between us is that I am a god who does not do things, and you are a god who does things. I am not a god. Chinitian said. God is too far away. Have you seen Marvel movies? I am a god with power, just like the hero in those stories. I have such power, why don't I use it to change the fate of some poor people around me and the final outcome of some sad things? I like the feeling of change, as if seeing them reborn in front of my eyes. Jiang Junling smiled and said, I am different from you. After watching those movies, I want to destroy the world more. Destruction is more fulfilling than change. Otherwise, why do people like to smash cups when they are angry? Don't work together when we have different goals. But, many people hope that we can finally come together. General Ling smiled and said, that old man Song Zhanqing said that his son should be General Ling's wife, and his adopted daughter must be Chinitian. That in itself was a sinister move. Who do you think ordered him to do that? Who can instruct Tao Addict? There will always be someone. Jiang Junling said with deep eyes. If there is a dragon, there must be a dragon slayer. If there is a real god, there will also be a god slayer messenger. In a place that we can't see with the naked eye. Are you a man of power? No, I am a man of profit. There is no lack of such people in this world. Chinitian said. But those people are not willing to admit that they are such people. That's because they are still talking about money at a low level. We are talking about numbers. Jiang Junling, you are so arrogant. Qi Nitian, you are the same. Qi Nitian's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, Jiang Junling, let me introduce you to a friend. A very interesting friend. Friend? Jiang Junling had just asked when he realized that Qi Nitian had already walked quickly towards a Hunan restaurant by the roadside. Jiang Junling smiled and followed behind him. Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohan were burying their heads in the food. They were worthy of being the experts from the old Tai Chi family. The way they picked up the food and the speed at which they picked up the food was beyond the reach of ordinary people. They had wanted to go to the Jiang family's house to eat well-done steak, bread, and dessert, but the Jiang family refused to provide them with food. On the way back, they stopped at the 19th Street for lunch. They planned to go back to sleep after lunch. No one was cooking at home. Lu Chaoge rarely moved her chopsticks. She didn't know if it was because she wasn't interested in the hot and spicy food in front of her or because she was thinking about her own matters. She had just obtained half of Longtu and became a super-rich woman with billions of funds. There were indeed a lot of things she needed to figure out. The most urgent problem was, how was he going to spend so much money? If Fang Yan encountered such a problem, he would definitely be anxious to death. Fang Yan looked up at Lu Chaoge and said, You don't like spicy food, right? Don't worry, I ordered a vegetarian dish for you. There is a vegetarian dish? What vegetarian dish? Fang Yingying asked without looking up with a greasy piece of boiled meat in his mouth. Tiger skin pepper. You guys eat. Lu Chaoge said, I'm not hungry. You still have to eat a little, Fang Yan said. Only with a good body can you inherit a good fortune. Didn't it say on the internet? The most tragic thing in the world is to have money but not a person. Fang Yan. Someone shouted behind him. Fang Yan turned around and saw Qi Nitian pushing open the glass door and coming in. Fang Yan looked at her in surprise and asked, Qi Nitian, why are you still here so late? Eating, Qi Nitian said. She looked at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, and then looked at Lu Chaoge. She took the initiative to greet and said, Hello, Principal Lu. Lu Chaoge nodded to Qi Nitian and said, Hello, Qi Nitian. Lu Chaoge was no stranger to the #1 student in the school. I don't think I'm disturbing you guys, am I? Qi Nitian asked with a smile. You'd better go back quickly, Fang Yan said. Being called by his own student in front of his immediate superior, Fang Yan felt his self-esteem was hit. It would not be good if Lu Chaoge misunderstood that the students in the 9th class didn't respect him. Therefore, he wanted to send Qi Nitian away as soon as possible. We're going back after eating. Let me introduce you to my friend. Qi Nitian glanced at Jiang Junling who was standing not far behind and said, Jiang Junling. Although I know you're not interested in meeting him. General what? Fang Yan's eyes widened. Jiang Junling, Qi Nitian said. You came out to meet your online friend? Fang Yan was shocked. He stood up, looked at Qi Nitian and said in a low voice, Qi Nitian, you have to be careful. The media often reported that girls were cheated of money and sex when they met online friends, and some even lost money and sex. I read a newspaper 2 days ago that a girl's phone was stolen by a male online friend when she was taking a shower after having sex with him. How hateful. How could she chat with others on WeChat without her phone? There were even more tragic things that Fang Yan was too embarrassed to say. A girl took the train for more than 10 hours to Yanjing to visit her online friend. As a result, the online friend treated her to a 6 yuan spicy hot pot, but had sex with her 12 times in one night. Qi Nitian smiled and said, he's not an online friend, and Jiang Junling is not an online name. His surname is General, and his name is Jiang Junling. Fang Yan looked a little embarrassed and said, this surname is quite rare. There is a surname General among the 100 surnames? I'll have to study it later. Qi Nitian pointed at Fang Yan and introduced him to Jiang Junling. Fang Yan, the language teacher of the 9th class, the man I like. Jiang Junling smiled at Fang Yan from afar, but he didn't want to shake hands with him. In his eyes, Fang Yan and he were not the same kind of people. Since they were not the same kind of people, why should they be forced to be together? Your boyfriend? Fang Yan asked. There was a sour feeling in his heart. Qi Nitian used to like him for no reason at all. Why did she suddenly fall in love with someone else? A person should have a beginning and an end, okay? Even if I don't like you. I didn't stop you from liking me. What do you think? Qi Nitian's eyes were full of smiles, hidden joy and shyness. Qi Nitian could be shy. Seeing Qi Nitian's shy look, Fang Yan's heart sank even more. He looked at Qi Nitian earnestly and said, Student Qi Nitian, you are a student, students should focus on their studies. As your language teacher and the head teacher of the 9th class, I have to tell you seriously, you can't have puppy love. Fang Yan looked at Jiang Junling again and said, Mr. General, this surname is really different. Mr. General is an adult, your thinking is more mature, and your understanding of the world is more comprehensive and profound. I think, as a responsible man, we should give girls more time, wait until they grow up and mature, then listen to their heart's choice. Is that right? Yes. Jiang Junling said with a smile. Mr. General's character is admirable, I believe you are a good man. You will definitely find your true happiness. Fang Yan said. As for who that true happiness was, no one knew. Jiang Junling looked at Fang Yan and said, I think so. If other people don't agree, I think she will be in a difficult position. What do you mean? Fang Yan looked at Qi Nitian. Which parent would be willing to rush their daughter to find a husband before she grew up and matured? Qi Nitian smiled and said, maybe he thinks that my parents will be worried about me not being able to get married. How can that be? Fang Yan said angrily. What kind of parents would do that? When will your parents be home? I'll pay them a home visit and talk to them. They're not in Huacheng. Qi Nitian refused. But, you will definitely meet them. I promise. I'm a teacher, no matter how busy they are, they have to make time to meet me, right? Fang Yan said. I also want to talk to them about your studies and performance in school. The results you've achieved, the problems, and the areas that you hope to improve. It's really difficult, Qi Nitian said. Even if the mayor of Huacheng wanted to meet her parents, it would be extremely difficult, right? But, you can talk to me about these problems. Fang Yan was not willing to talk to Qi Nitian. He knew that it was useless to talk. Qi Nitian looked at Fang Yan and said with a smile, enjoy your meal, I won't disturb you anymore. After nodding at the others, he turned around and walked out. Jiang Junling looked at Fang Yan and followed behind Qi Nitian. It's really beautiful, Fang Yingxiong praised sincerely. Ren Jin is beautiful too, Fang Haohan added. Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoga and said, actually, our Principal Lu is the prettiest. Principal Lu, you'll be leaving Rosefinch soon, right? If you go to Longtu, will you bring a secretary or assistant with you? You know, I'm a language teacher. Today, I'm going to recruit people of talent and family. I think I'm qualified for this job. Believe in my sincerity, believe in your eyes, I'll bring you a comfortable and satisfied smile. Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan and asked, why do I have to leave? Don't tell me you still want to stay in Rosefinch? Fang Yan asked in confusion. How cool would it be to be the deputy director of Longtu Group? It would be much better than staying in Rosefinch, right? Before I understand a lot of things, I won't leave Rosefinch, Lu Chaoga said. Rosefinch can be my Rosefinch, but Longtu is someone else's Longtu. Chapter 171. What do you think? Qi Nitian asked. What do you mean, what do you mean? Jiang Junling asked. What do you mean? I'm not a Tao addict, and I don't know how to judge people, Jiang Junling said with a smile. As long as you're human, you'll judge people, Qi Nitian said. Some people bet on a lifetime of happiness, while others bet wrong and lose everything. Jiang Junling smiled and said, gentle. Violent. Oh. Qi Nitian looked at Jiang Junling in surprise and said, did you know him before? No, I didn't. We just met once, and you have such an evaluation. Gentle refers to his appearance. He's a language teacher, a young and good-looking language teacher. It's not an exaggeration to say that he's casual and elegant. Such a teacher stands on the podium and talks about the country. He must be very popular among girls, right? However, he has a strong desire to break the rules. There are two kinds of people in this world. One is the people who live within the rules. They find their most comfortable position under all kinds of rules. Once they touch the red line, they will immediately shrink back and readjust their posture and direction. The other kind of people will trample and avoid it. When they feel troubled by the red line or blocked by the rules, they will cross the red line and break the rules, to get where they want to go and get what they want. He's the same kind of person as me. Jiang Junling rarely praises others. Qi Nitian squinted and smiled. She knew that Fang Yan was indeed the kind of man who would cross the line. His teaching method was different from others, and his style of doing things was unique. He never stuck to the old rules, and he would surprise people within a controllable range. When he saw me, there was a slight contraction of his pupils. This was because he regarded me as an imaginary enemy. Let me ask you, we met for the first time. Why would he be hostile to me? Because he treats you like a treasure, he doesn't like to see other men encroach on you. That's what he thought. He immediately used his identity as a teacher to warn you not to fall in love at such a young age. In the name of righteousness, he told me to wait for you to grow up and mature. If you didn't listen to his advice, it would be disobeying your teacher's orders. If I refused, it would be considered as not loving you enough. A single leaf in autumn. If he encountered something else, what kind of counterattack would he make? It seems that you have just fought a battle, Qi Nitian said. Yes, a man's war. Jiang Junling nodded. In that case. Qi Nitian smiled even more happily, and her pretty face was incomparably gorgeous. If I work a little harder, I can still take him down, right? I don't think you ever doubted that. Qi Nitian walked even more arrogantly and said, Jiang Junling, sometimes you are not so annoying. Thank you. Jiang Junling said, this is the most sincere compliment you can give me. The two of them walked to the entrance of a large shopping mall. Qi Nitian stopped and said, I hope you have a good time in Huacheng. After saying that, he got into a GMC limousine that had been prepared a long time ago. The limousine blended into the rolling traffic and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jiang Junling stood there for a minute, and a black Mercedes-Benz drove in front of him. The back door opened, and a handsome young man walked out. He said respectfully, Welcome to Huacheng, young master. Huacheng is just looking at flowers. You don't have to be so nervous. Longtu Group. In the media interview room. Mr. Jiang, we would like to know why you suddenly decided to give half of the shares of Longtu Group to your adopted daughter, Lu Chaoga. A middle-aged male reporter wearing glasses stood up and asked. Qiang Longtan sat there in a cultured and elegant manner, with a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. No matter how one looked at it, this was a man who could move people's hearts. He lowered the microphone a little and said with a smile, Mr. Reporter, there are two problems with your question. First, I did not suddenly make this decision. Instead, I made this final decision after a long period of careful consideration and the collective discussion of the Longtu Group's higher-ups. Second, I do not want to give half of the shares of Longtu Group to Miss Lu Chaoga, but to return it. Just as I said to her, she deserves it. Mr. Jiang, according to reliable sources, it is said that Miss Lu Chaoga was involved in a premeditated car accident when she was eating at Sky No. 1 a few days ago. Also, the former chief engineer of Longtu, Mr. Lu Jing, also submitted his resignation letter to you after a big argument with you. What's even more shocking is that he died in an accident on the day he resigned. A female reporter in a black business suit stood up. Because this female reporter's explanation was too long and tedious, and she had asked such a sensitive and sharp question, everyone present focused their attention on her and Qiang Long Tan. The head of the public relations department of Longtu Group, Fu Mingli, looked at Qiang Long Tan with a questioning gaze. As long as he gave the slightest hint, he would immediately cut off the female reporter's question. Unfortunately, Qiang Long Tan maintained a calm and composed smile, as if he had already expected such a question to appear. So, we really want to know if Mr. Zhang's decision to return the shares to Miss Lu Chaoga at this time was due to pressure from the media and the outside world? Or is it like how the outside world interpreted it? Mr. Jiang has a guilty conscience. The audience was silent, and everyone looked at Jiang Longtan with burning eyes, waiting for his response to this question. Qiang Longtan's fingers were interlocked, and his eyes looked straight into the eyes of the many reporters below the stage. He said, "It's definitely unrealistic to say that I don't care about the media reports and the outside world speculations. Qiang Long Tan is a person who cherishes his reputation, and he's also a person who cares about his reputation. Who would want to become a murderous demon in the eyes of others? In any case, I don't want to. Of course, this isn't the main reason." Qiang Long Tan said with a smile, "Miss Lu Chaoga is sitting next to me at this time. She can prove to everyone that when she just returned from studying in the United States, I suggested that she enter Longtu Group to work. When she was familiar with the company's affairs, I would give her a more important position and let her take on more responsibilities. I could even completely take over Longtu Group. It's entirely possible. However, Miss Lu Chaoga refused. Some of my ideas can only be put aside for now." Everyone present knew that a clenched fist was more painful than an open palm. I hoped that the Longtu Corporation would be a whole. I didn't want it to be split into two when the energy industry was flourishing and developing at such a rapid pace. This is irresponsible to my personal career, irresponsible to Longtu Group, and irresponsible to Miss Lu Chaoga and my friend's parents. Previously, I didn't return the shares to her because I felt that it wasn't the most suitable time. Now, I'm returning the shares to her because I feel that the time is just right. Today, I invited all the media friends here to explain this fact to you. Mr. Jiang, you mean that you have nothing to do with Miss Lu Chaoga's car accident and Mr. Lu Jing's death? The female reporter stood up and asked. Yes. Qiang Long Tan's voice was incomparably firm as he said, "I have nothing to do with those things at all. I am willing to accept the supervision of society and the investigation of the law. Miss Lu Chaoga, you suddenly have 49% of the shares of Longtu Group. You will become one of the richest women in this country. How do you feel now?" The reporter pointed the spear at Lu Chaoga, who had been sitting beside Qiang Long Tan and had been silent and unusually low-key. Lu Chaoga raised her head and glanced at the excited female reporter. Her voice was calm as she said, "This is the wealth that my parents left for me. I am very grateful to have such a gift. It can change my life and my whole life. However, my greatest regret is that they didn't give it to me personally. Because I really miss them. Miss Lu Chaoga, you are now the vice principal of a famous school. After you have obtained 49% of the shares of Longtu Group, you will become the largest shareholder of Longtu Group after Mr. Qiang Long Tan. Will you give up your position as vice principal and join Longtu Group because of this?" "I won't," Lu Xiaoga said decisively. "At least not now." Lu Chaoga turned sideways to look at Qiang Long Tan and said, "Uncle Jiang is a very capable person. Because of his many years of hard work and selfless contributions, Longtu Group can achieve what it has today. I have always been by his side, and I know the hard work he has done. I also believe that as long as he is here, Longtu Group will achieve even more dazzling achievements. So, I am willing to let Uncle Jiang take care of Longtu Group. As for me, I will still be doing my favorite education career. Everyone should do what they are good at. Uncle Jiang and I have a clear division of labor. Qiang Long Tan also looked at Lu Chaoga lovingly and said in a slightly blaming tone, Chaoga, you should have discussed this with me before making such a decision. I hope that you can enter Longtu, I need your help. Uncle Jiang, I have made up my mind, Lu Chaoga said. Let's talk about this when we get home, Qiang Long Tan said with a smile. One was a kind and considerate father, and the other was a confident and independent daughter. They behaved so intimately and lovingly that it instantly shattered all the speculations and bad rumors that the outside world had about them. Longtu Group was still an inseparable entity. In front of the computer, a woman sneered as she watched the live broadcast of Longtu Group's press conference. She said in a hoarse voice, Qiang Long Tan, this is only the first round of victory. Chapter 172. Some people advocated light, while others preferred darkness. This was an abandoned agricultural machinery factory. Because no one had used it for a long time, there was a damp and moldy smell. There were no lights in the factory, only an old TV flickering with a blurry shadow. This was a football match between Chinese teams. There was no passionate running, no violent collisions, and no dazzling dribbling of the ball past people. They were always listless as if they did not sleep well last night. Coupled with the horizontal bars and black shadows that appeared from time to time on the TV screen due to the quality issues, most people would have long given up on the TV. However, his eyes were watching with relish and his expression was unusually serious. He held a can of beer in his hand and took a sip from it from time to time. Then, he picked up 2 peanuts and threw them into his mouth to chew. It was really a great enjoyment. At this moment, he suddenly stopped chewing. Who is it? The man shouted with a mouthful of peanuts in his mouth. Because there was too much foreign matter in his mouth, his voice was a little unclear. It was quiet inside and outside the factory, only the sound of the wind blowing through the grass outside could be heard. The man threw the can of beer in his hand towards the nearest window but did not hear the sound of the can falling. Whoa! He picked up the chair on the ground and smashed it towards the window. He quickly hid in a dark corner of the room. Clang! The chair hit the window and the dusty glass shattered. How could such a good beer be lost? A clear voice came from outside. Creak! The heavy iron door of the factory was pushed open from the outside and a black shadow slowly walked in. At the same time, the wind and moon rushed in. The factory finally became clearer, but the corners of the walls were still dark. Old monster, come out. Fang Yen said with a smile. He put the can of beer in his hand on the table and said, You are surrounded. Come out and let's have a good talk. The old monster did not make a sound, still holding his breath and hiding behind the pile of scrap metal. Do you not believe that you are surrounded or do you not want to have a good talk with me? Fang Yen said aloud. Hero, give him a warning. The hero has arrived. A round head appeared by the window on the left. The hero is here. A simple and honest man's voice rang out from the window on the right. There were a total of 4 windows in the factory. 2 of them were blocked by a pile of scrap metal, and the other 2 were blocked by heroes. Coupled with Fang Yen, who was attacking from the front, the old monster was indeed surrounded. Can we talk now? Fang Yen stood still in the distance, but his eyes were fixed on the place where the old monster was hiding, as if he wanted to drag him out from the deep shadows. What do you want to talk about? The old monster's hoarse voice came from the darkness. He knew that his current situation was not good. He would not give up without a fight, but he was willing to solve the problem through peaceful communication with Fang Yen. Talk about why you want to kill me, Fang Yen said with a smile. I'm a man who is easily interested in new things, especially when it concerns my life. I want to get to the bottom of it. I know very well that we have never met before. Why did you attack me on the Shixia mountain? The old monster fell silent once again. You lured me out through my student, and then attacked me at the Tiger Leaping Gorge. You guys have been scheming in advance. Why don't you tell me who ordered you to do this? I didn't tell you last time, and I won't tell you this time either, the old monster said. The honor of an assassin? Fang Yan laughed. What kind of bullsh*t honor is an assassin? You're just taking someone's money to get rid of a disaster. Don't think that all assassins in the world are good men just because of the movie. This assassin is not too cold. You guys have never been merciful when you kill your wives and children. It's an assassin's rule, the old monster said. It's more important than honor. Honor would earn one respect, but the rule was something that one had no choice but to follow. If one violated the rule and sold the employer's personal information, one would be hunted down by the Assassin's Guild and other assassins. The former might live, but the latter would die a horrible death. Most importantly, they did not know the employer's information. It seems like we can't come to an agreement. It's either life or death. This is the fate of an assassin. The old monster said firmly, I've already mentally prepared myself before I entered this profession. The worst that can happen is death. So, you don't care about her life? Fang Yan asked with a smile. As they were talking, Fang Yingying pushed a woman who was tied up all over. The woman was the old monster's lover, Little Goblin. You deserve to die, the old monster roared fiercely. Clang, following the roar, there was the sound of something hitting a piece of scrap metal. Then, the old monster, who was wearing a casual black outfit, walked out from the shadows. One of his hands had been cut off, leaving only a fleshy arm hanging there. They were the famous old monster and little goblin team in the world of assassins. Some people called them old monsters. On Sunset Mountain, they used Jinguodong, Li Yang, and Qin Tao as bait to kill Fang Yan at Tiger Leaping Gorge. Fang Yan was strong enough to capture the old monster. When he forced the old monster to reveal who the mastermind was, the little goblin suddenly cut off one of the old monster's hands. The two of them jumped off the cliff and escaped. Later, when Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge were eating at Sky No. 1, a car suddenly dashed toward them from behind. Fang Yan desperately pushed Lu Chaoge away and luckily saved his life. However, the security guard, Lu Jinju, who was holding an umbrella for them, was hit and killed. Fang Yan was extremely sad and tried his best to find the truth. When he went to the police station to check the video, he noticed that the driver only used one hand. There must be a reason why he used one hand to control the steering wheel at such a critical moment. Fang Yan knew 2 or 3 disabled people, but the old monster was the only one who had a broken hand. The old monster had already attacked him on Sunset Mountain. At this time, Fang Yan naturally had a reason to think of him as the enemy. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan hadn't found a job yet. Since they had nothing to do, Fang Yan sent them to look for the whereabouts of the old monster and the little goblin. The old monster's broken hand needed a lot of medicine to treat it. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan set their sights on the medical centers and clinics in the city. They didn't expect that after a few days, they really found some clues. The two of them closely monitored the little goblin for 2 days. Finally, the little goblin came to buy medicine again. They informed Fang Yan in time. The 3 of them followed the little goblin and finally subdued the slippery little goblin in a hidden place. I deserve to die. Fang Yan sneered. You deserve to die. Didn't you just say that? Before you entered this industry, you were already mentally prepared. What? Are you mentally unbalanced now? It seems that you haven't prepared well enough. What kind of hero is kidnapping a woman? Come at me if you can. I'm not a hero. Fang Yan said with a smile. He pointed at the heroes who were escorting the little goblin and said, they are. What do you want? I want an answer, Fang Yan said. Tell me the answer. I'll let her go. This is the deal between you and me. Silence. Crack. Fang Yingying pulled the little goblin's hand hard. One of the little goblin's arms that was tied behind his back was broken. Ugh. The little goblin's mouth was blocked by a rag, so he couldn't scream. However, the groan from the pain was like a thin needle that pierced deep into the old monster's heart. Let her go. Give me the answer I want, Fang Yan said again. You should know that I like to play quick questions and quick answers. Last time, you were the one who paid the price. This time, fortunately, it's still you. I believe that abandoning your teacher for a woman must be true love, right? I really don't know who wants to kill you, the old monster screamed. We always contact our agent when we receive jobs. The agent gives us the target's information, then we search for the target's whereabouts and look for an opportunity to make a move. I don't know who the employer is. I'm not satisfied with this answer, Fang Yan said. Crack, Fang Yingying moved again, and another arm of the little goblin was broken. The little goblin groaned in pain again. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his expression became twisted. The old monster's eyes were angry and cruel. He stared at Fang Yan fiercely, like a wounded hyena staring at its prey. Let her go, and I'll agree to any of your conditions. I said, tell me the answer I want. Fang Yan said. I'll let her go immediately after I get the answer. Who wants to go against a woman? I don't know the answer, the old monster said. I can agree to anything except the answer. Doesn't that violate your assassin's code? Fang Yan said with a smile. I don't care, the old monster said with red eyes. Fang Yan squinted his eyes and smiled. Do you know that your value in my heart is only whether you can give me the answer I want? If you can't give me the answer, you've lost your only value in my heart. I won't cooperate with AB** starred who tried to kill me twice in a row. Fang Yan stretched his right foot forward, bent his body slightly, and made a gesture of holding the moon in the wind with his arms. He said, for Lu Jinju, for Lu Chaoge, and for Xiao Bao. You don't know who Xiao Bao is, do you? He's Lu Jinju's son. Lu Jinju was an innocent security guard who was killed by your car. I promised Lu Jinju that I would avenge him. Please cooperate with me, and don't make me break my promise. Chapter 173. Under the bright moon and cool breeze, in the old factory in the wilderness. A great battle was about to break out, and the atmosphere was shockingly cold. Fang Yan got into a fighting stance, waiting for the old monster to take the initiative to attack. One to save his partner, and the other to fulfill his own lies. They all knew that this was a battle of life and death. Of course, Fang Yan thought that if he really couldn't beat the old monster, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan could still help. It was said that 2 fists couldn't beat 4 hands. They had 6 hands on their side. As for what the old monster was thinking, who cared? He could either choose to fight or run away. The key was that he might not be able to run away. The wind-sweeping moon was an open move in the Tai Chi palm. First, it opened wide to encircle people, then closed the door and locked them. Tai Chi was invisible. Tai Chi was everywhere. Tai Chi was everywhere. Unless the opponent chose to avoid it, as long as he approached or attacked, he would be within the range of the wind-sweeping moon. The old monster's eyes turned cold, but he couldn't retreat. What awaited him was a battle to the death. One of his hands had been cut off by the little goblin. This kind of injury was a disaster for a martial artist. Apart from Yang Guo in The Return of the Condor Heroes, have you ever heard of a one-armed man who was a top master? Besides, Yang Guo's superb kung fu was inseparable from his experience of living alone with his eagle for many years. After all, no matter how smart the eagle was, it was only a bird. Birds should not kill birds of the same kind. The old monster moved. He didn't directly charge at Fang Yan. He also came from the Tai Chi sect. Even if he didn't understand the essence of Tai Chi, he still had a certain understanding of the Tai Chi moves and styles of various sections. In a fight between masters, control was important. If he rushed straight at Fang Yan, he would enter Fang Yan's sphere of influence. If Fang Yan was completely in control of the situation, the only thing that awaited him in the end would be death. The old monster's body moved as fast as lightning. With a leap and a light tap of his toes, he flew to the top of the 1-meter-high pile of scrap metal. His feet moved quickly, and the thick, heavy, and embroidered weapons flew towards Fang Yan's direction. Whoosh! Fang Yan scooped with one hand, and the first iron artifact fell into Fang Yan's arms. His hands were not stained by the dust, not even a corner of his clothes could touch the iron. He used his own chi to guide the trajectory of the iron weapon. After making 2 full circles, he smashed it at the pile of iron that the old monster was standing on at a faster speed and with greater force. Clang! The old monster leaped high into the air, and the iron shaft slammed into the wall of the factory behind him. Boom! A big hole appeared in the wall, and the ring-shaped iron shaft actually went through the wall. The entire factory began to shake, and the dust on the roof whooshed down, as if a sandstorm had arisen. This was just the beginning. Fang Yan waved his hands even faster, and the iron blocks and handles that the old monster had kicked were all swept up by him, and then he smashed them back in the direction of the old monster. Give them a taste of their own medicine. Moreover, the force was stronger, and the momentum was more majestic. This was the essence of Tai Chi, using one's own strength to hit one's enemy. If one could resist one's own strength, how could one resist the combined force of 2 people? The old monster dodged left and right on top of the pile of scrap metal like a ballet. After the storm of attacks from Fang Yan, he was in a very difficult and dangerous situation. The little goblin, whose hands and feet were tied and whose mouth was gagged, widened his eyes, and his face was full of panic and anxiety. Fang Yan was too powerful. The heavily injured old monster was no match for him at all. What was worse was that they were good at working together. However, how could he cooperate with him in his current situation? His life was in danger. Junior Martial Uncle's move of true man selecting soldiers is really good. Fang Yingying looked at Fang Yan with admiration, and said with a smile. Junior Martial Uncle is angry, Fang Haohan said. Fang Yingying looked at the little goblin, and said, although I feel that you are very pitiful, if you kill Junior Martial Uncle, Miss Yi will also be very pitiful. Fang Haohan looked at Fang Yingying with a puzzled face, and asked, why is Miss Yi pitiful? Miss Yi is not Junior Martial Uncle's wife, and Miss Yi did not give birth to a son for Junior Martial Uncle. Idiot! Fang Yingying slapped Fang Haohan's head. Seeing that Fang Yan was busy fighting with others, he thought that he could not hear what he said, so he said in a low voice, if you were Miss Yi, you could find someone to beat up every day when you are in a bad mood, and that person could not resist. Do you think that your mood can be cute every day? Fang Haohan's eyes widened, and he thought for a while, and finally understood. He grinned, nodded honestly, and said, I can be cute every day. Hearing the conversation between these two, the little goblin almost laughed out loud. One of you has a fat head and a bun face, and the other has a long and flat wax melon head. Don't imitate other people's hobby of dressing up like this. Do you know that you are not cute at all? But when she thought about how her man was in a life and death struggle, she had to grieve and be heartbroken to match her current mood and situation. Could you imagine how much of a test of skill it was for her to move her facial muscles with all her might? Because Fang Yan's counterattack was too fierce, the old monster could no longer stand on the pile of scrap metal. His body jumped up, and his feet turned into blades, and he aimed at Fang Yan's neck. Here it comes. Fang Yan sneered. He moved his body to one side, and avoided the old monster's direct attack. Then he used both hands to buckle the old monster's long legs, and one hand grabbed his ankle. With a strong pull, the old monster's flying body was pulled back by him. He punched the old monster's knee, and with a crisp crack, one of the old monster's legs was broken. Ah! The old monster screamed. Fang Yan did not stop there, and he still held the old monster's ankle. His right foot kicked up at a 180-degree angle, directly hitting the upper body of the old monster, whose body was still hanging in the air, and kicking it high into the air. When the old monster's body was in a free fall, Fang Yan kicked the second time. Bang! After a muffled groan, the old monster's body flew high again. Third kick. Fourth kick. Fifth kick. Gee! The old monster's body was kicked 7 or 8 times, and his bones felt like they were about to fall apart. However, he still clenched his teeth and held on, and kept his mouth closed. Suddenly, his body was hanging upside down, and he grabbed Fang Yan's lower body. In his hand, he was holding a triangular bayonet that was shining with a cold light. The tip of the bayonet went straight for Fang Yan's calf. If he succeeded with this attack, Fang Yan's entire left leg would be broken. You're asking for it. Fang Yan was furious. His body spun 360 degrees, round and round, and he swung the old monster's body again. Then, he kicked the old monster's body toward the pile of scrap metal. Clang! Clang, bang! The old monster's body knocked down several metal shelves, and he was finally stopped by a large piece of machinery. Blurg, the old monster was lying there, retching. When he opened his mouth, a pool of sticky blood gushed out. When Fang Yan continuously kicked his chest, his internal organs were already seriously injured. However, he resisted the urge to spit out the clotted blood. This was because he knew that once he vomited blood in the process of battle, the taut energy in his body would leak out. Without the ability to fight back, there would be no hope of escape. If that happened, he would really be dead if he fell into Fang Yan's hands. Of course, he was only left with a small part of his life. The little goblin whimpered, and his body struggled with all his might. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not untie the Tai Chi knot that Fang Yingying tied on him. The Tai Chi knot, 1 knot leads to 100 knots, and the more knots are untied, the more knots there are. If one did not know how to untie knots, he would probably be strangled to death by this knot. Woo woo woo. The little goblin whimpered at Fang Yingying. She wants to talk to you, Fang Haohan said. Fang Yingying pulled off the rag on the little goblin's mouth. Before he could ask what she wanted to say, the little goblin had already shouted, "Let him go. Fang Yan, please let him go. He is also a Tai Chi disciple, the same as you. Fang Yan, let him go, I will promise you anything." Fang Yan looked at the little goblin and said, "I just talked to him, I need an answer. But he didn't give it to me. It's not that we don't want to give it to you, it's that we really don't know who ordered us to kill you. Fang Yan, let him go, I will die for him." Fang Yan shook his head and said, "It can't be replaced. No one can replace the other. Lu Jinju is dead, even if 10 old monster and little goblin died, they can't replace his mother who lost her son, his wife who lost her husband, and his son. His son just turned 1 month old, he didn't even have the chance to hear his son call him daddy. How can he replace this?" The old monster vomited another mouthful of blood and screamed, "Don't beg him. Don't beg him. From the day we betrayed the sect, every day we live is equal to 1 more day of profit for us. That's enough. It's really enough. No. I have wronged you. It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have betrayed the sect. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have been hunted down. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have become an assassin. It's all my fault. I don't care if I die, but I want you to live." The old monster shook his head and said, "If you die, how can I live?" He supported himself with one hand on the metal frame and struggled to stand up. Step by step, he walked toward where Fang Yan was standing. He staggered and one of his legs was dragging on the ground. He was still covering his mouth and coughing violently. Every time he coughed, his injured internal organs would be pulled, and every time his internal organs were pulled, he would spit out a mouthful of black blood. Fang Yan's eyes were cold, his whole body vigilant as he stared at the old monster who was getting closer. The old monster stood in front of Fang Yan, the two of them maintaining a distance of less than 1 meter. I lost, the old monster said. I'm no match for you. I tried to kill you twice, but failed twice. Now, my life is yours. Chapter 174. The old monster stood loosely in front of Fang Yan, as if he was waiting to be slaughtered. He had given up fighting and resisting. As long as Fang Yan gave him a light push, he would fall to the ground. This kind of person was really too hateful. Fang Yan was a little anxious. He said, "You punched me. You hit my face." The old monster stood there motionless, as if he hadn't heard Fang Yan's words at all. He covered his mouth with his hand. Every time he opened his palm was covered in blood. You can kick me, or just touch me, Fang Yan said. Dive. It's like diving on the football field. Fall on my body. The old monster laughed loudly. He pointed at Fang Yan and laughed so hard that his tears and snot were coming out. Stupid. He pointed at Wen Yan and roared, really stupid. Fang Yan nodded and said, "You can scold me, but scold me a bit harder." You said I was ugly, what? Because I don't have the ability to fight, because you think I'm useless, so you can't do anything? Because of chivalry? Because of the martial art moral teachings? Idiot. There's no shortage of idiots like you in the family or sect. People like you, if you walk out, will be swallowed by others until not even your bones are left. The winner is king and the loser is a bandit. You can't even bear to kill an assassin. What if you meet other opponents in the future? What if your family and friends want to kill you? This was a dog-eat-dog world, a place where anything could happen. Fang Yan, you're too naive. That's not what I mean. Fang Yan retorted angrily. These assassins are really hateful. Not only did he want to kill you several times, but he also insulted you after you knocked him down. The old monster patted his chest and shouted with a bloody face, "Come, Fang Yan, come, kill me and you'll fulfill your promise. Kill me and you'll avenge that child. Come on, hit here, one punch is enough." Fang Yan looked at the old monster with a serious expression and asked, "Do you want to die?" "I don't want to." Who would want to die if they could live? The old monster laughed and spat out another mouthful of blood. "But I know I have no choice but to die." "What if I let you live?" Fang Yan asked. The old monster was stunned and asked, Why didn't you kill me?" "I mean if." Fang Yan suddenly raised his leg and slapped the old monster's forehead. The old monster's body fell to the ground with a thud. He lay there motionless, and for a long time he did not move. "If you didn't kill Lu Jinju." Fang Yan sighed softly. "Wen Chang." The little goblin screamed. The old monster's real name was Wen Chang. Perhaps, this name was a very distant memory for them. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan held the little goblin on both sides to prevent her from rushing to fight with Fang Yan. Although she was tied up like a rice dumpling, even if she could run to Fang Yan, she would only be killed. "Wen Chang, wait for me." The little goblin screamed hysterically. Fang Yingying reacted quickly and stretched out his hand to pat her neck. Unfortunately, Fang Yingxiong was still a step too late. Before his hand chopped the little goblin's neck and made her faint, the little goblin had already crushed her poisonous fangs. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and then black blood flowed out of her nose and eyes. She looked like an evil ghost, and her appearance was extremely hideous and terrifying. The poison used by the killer was extremely strong, and there was no cure for her. "Untie it," Fang Yan said. Fang Yingying stretched out his hand and pulled, and the Tai Chi knot on the little goblin's body suddenly shrunk into a small rope. The little goblin smiled gratefully at Fang Yan, and then ran to the old monster's corpse. She had only run 2 steps when the poison took effect, and her body fell to the ground weakly. She didn't stop there, and still crawled to the place where the old monster was lying with difficulty. Both of her arms were broken by Fang Yingying, so she could only rely on her physical strength. Her body arched up and down, and arched up again. She kicked her legs forward with all her might, like a sick pig that didn't know fatigue. When her body fell again, she lifted her head once more. She struggled, and used all her strength to arch up. However, she had no strength left in her body. Her vision turned black, and her head fell down softly. She couldn't raise her head anymore. Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohan watched from afar, watching the woman approach the man crazily, getting closer to her life partner. Because a celebrity got divorced, because a celebrity cheated, countless people said that they didn't believe in love anymore. However, Fang Yan saw the true meaning of life and death companionship from these two killers. He was deeply shocked. Fang Yingying opened his mouth, but he couldn't say anything. Fang Haohan scratched his head, and felt that this scene was so sad. Fang Yan walked over, picked up the little goblin's body, and put it in the old monster's arms. Then, he used the old monster's arms to wrap around the little goblin. Just like that, they finally hugged each other tightly. They died together in such a gentle way. Men are afraid of entering the wrong profession, and women are afraid of marrying the wrong man. I hope you can have good luck in your next life, Fang Yan said. This scene made him feel inexplicably sad. Fang Yan killed the killer who wanted to kill him and Lu Jinju, but he didn't feel the slightest joy in his heart. They were just another form of pitiful people. The mistake was that they chose the wrong profession. Give them a grand funeral, Fang Yan said. Screech. A champagne-colored BMW stopped in front of the iron gate of the villa. This was an old-fashioned villa. It didn't have an electronic gate, and it still used a black iron gate with a sharp point. The courtyard wall was also tall, and the top of the wall was covered with unknown green plants. Dense green moss grew in the damp corners of the outer wall. Everyone lived in peace. The courtyard wall was much higher than a person, so it was impossible to see the situation inside the villa from the outside. Lu Chaoga sat in the driver's seat and looked at the embroidery on the iron gate. She didn't intend to get out of the car immediately. The wound on her face was carefully cared for by Fang Yan. She applied the golden chrysalis skin nourishing powder every day, and there were almost no scars left. Her injured ankle and sprained waist had also recovered. She wore an exquisite suit, and her slender and fair neck was tied with a new Hermes silk scarf. She had regained the demeanor of an ice queen. She inadvertently looked up and saw a pair of gloomy eyes behind the curtain of the room on the second floor. Clang! Lu Chaoga finally opened the door and walked out. She stood in front of the iron gate and gently knocked on the lock of the gate. Soon, an old woman with small feet ran over and opened the iron gate. The old woman just smiled foolishly at Lu Chaoga and didn't speak. She was mute. Lu Chaoga walked into the living room and then walked up to the second floor. At the door of a brown wooden door, she gently knocked on the room door and then pushed the door open without waiting for the person inside to respond. She knew that she wouldn't respond. Bang! The room door closed again. The huge study filled with the fragrance of paper and the moldy furniture that had not been opened for a long time became dark again. The woman stood by the window, but the curtains were drawn tightly. She only needed to reach out and pull, and she would be able to welcome the world of sunshine outside. However, she clearly didn't plan to do so. You don't want to come in? The woman asked in a sharp voice. It was like a knife, ruthlessly stabbing into the heart. I'm sitting in the car thinking about something, Lu Chaoga said. I know what you're thinking, the woman said. Lu Chaoga, do you think you've already won? Do you think you've already won? Do you think this matter can be settled just like that? Isn't that right? Isn't that what you think? I don't, Lu Chaoga said. It's all an act. They're acting to you. Don't you understand? You've watched them act for more than 10 years. Can't you tell the real from the fake? Don't you feel disgusted watching this? The woman said mockingly. Do you really think you've gotten 49% of the shares? Do you think you've already become the second largest shareholder of Longtu Group? Do you think you've already amassed billions of assets and that you won't be able to finish spending it even if you lie down for the rest of your life? I've never thought about this. Before they gave you the shares, they had already signed a share expansion plan. They sold a large part of the company's shares to Jiang Zhuliu's shell company, and what they got back was just some negligible checks. When you go to take over the company, the cruel reality will slap a little girl like you who doesn't care about worldly affairs to the ground. What's more hateful is that although they can't change the technology patents that belong to your father, they sold the core technology of these patents to another energy company that they founded. The core assets of Longtu Group are already under their control. If they want to turn against them, they can just leave at any time. Do you think they'll pin all their hopes on your father's patents? Do you think Qiang Long Tan is really as modest as he portrays himself to be? A dog that bites doesn't bark. Qiang Long Tan is a wolf dog that can throw you to the ground, tear off your flesh piece by piece and swallow it into his stomach. Not only will he eat your flesh, but he will also drink your blood, pull out your tendons, and boil your bones into soup. He's a calculative person. Every inch of your body will be fully used by him. He's a demon. There's nothing in this world that he can't do. I know, Lu Chaoga said. Auntie, I know all that you've said. Chapter 175. Do you know? The woman's voice suddenly rose. It was sharp and hoarse, like the sound of a sharp object cutting through gauze. You know everything. Why are you hesitating? He wants to eat your flesh, so you have to eat his flesh. He wants to drink your blood, so you have to drink his blood. Before he turns your bones into soup, you have to pull out his bones one by one and put them into the pot to make soup. Defeat him, defeat him. Kill him. Lu Chaoga, this is what you have to do. This is your responsibility. This is your destiny. Think about your parents, think about the life you have been living all these years, think about your patience and sacrifice. The woman suddenly turned around, pointing at her face and roared, think about my face. Lu Chaoga, shouldn't you do something for us? What kind of face was that? It was not an exaggeration to say that it was full of holes. There were some parts where there was no flesh at all, only a piece of black bone that made people want to vomit. She had no hair, and a part of her scalp was burnt. It was wrinkled like craft paper. It looked like it had been scalded by boiling water or roasted by fire. She had no eyebrows, loose eyelids, and wrinkles. Her eyes were ruthless, cold, angry, and hateful. There was nothing positive in them. You could not see her age, but you would suspect that she must be a monster that crawled out from hell. Lu Xiaoga did not dodge, nor did she avert her gaze. She looked at the woman standing in front of her. Her eyes were full of sympathy and love, and an indescribable attachment. This was her aunt, the only family she had left in this world. Wang Li was originally a beautiful woman like her mother. Because of the tragic death of Lu Chaoga's parents, she did not go to the United States, nor did she go to any other place. She did not die. She should have died. On the way back, she did not know what happened, but she fainted. When she opened her eyes, she was trapped in a sea of fire. Her hair was burned off, her scalp was burned, and her face was disfigured. She should have turned into a piece of charcoal, not even a piece of charcoal, but a pile of dust that no one knew what kind of creature she was. However, there was always a way out. She didn't have time to repair it, so the unlocked rear door saved her life. After she got out of the car with flames all over her body, the car she was in exploded. She believed that it was all Qiang Long Tan's doing, so she began her arduous journey of revenge. She escaped alone and did not contact Lu Chaoga, who had been adopted by Qiang Long Tan. She was accumulating her strength and waiting for an opportunity. Under her manipulation from behind the scenes, they finally won the first victory. I haven't forgotten. How could I forget? Lu Chaoge said with a moved expression. When you suddenly picked me up from school and told me that my parents would never come back, when you hugged me and cried, when I lived alone in that strange family of the Jiang family, when I was almost driven crazy by that kind of life, when I went to the United States to look for you but could not find you, when I was alone for countless festivals. I have been working hard. Only then did the woman calm down a little. She looked at Lu Chaoge and said, "What are you going to do next?" "As you said just now, the Jiang family has made preparations. On the surface, I have obtained the shares of the company, but in fact, what I have obtained is very limited. The shares have been diluted, and the core patented technology has been leaked. Most importantly, the Longtu Group has been run by Qiang Longtan for many years. Everyone from the top to the bottom is his people. If I go in, I will just become his puppet. It is meaningless." In order to test the loyalty of his subordinates, that hypocrite Jiang Longtu created a culture of borrowing books. Other than the dead Lu Jing, almost all the middle and upper management of the Longtu Group have borrowed books from Qiang Longtan. These people are directly or indirectly showing their support to Qiang Longtan. The woman said coldly, "Longtu Group is under his control. Even if your father is alive, I'm afraid he will not be able to make a sound in Longtu. This is also not the reason for us to cooperate with him." Lu Chaoge finally voiced out her concern. "If the wolf is chased away by the tiger, what about the tiger? Then tell me, what should we do?" The woman snorted coldly. "Without their help, do you think I, a woman, can live to this day? Without their help, do you think we can force the father and son of the Jiang family to this state? If not for them, do you think we can win this time? Lu Chaoge, I know that the human heart is sinister. However, I know that only by staying alive will we have a chance. As long as we are alive, there will be a chance. There will always be a chance." Lu Chaoge was silent. She understood her aunt's way of doing things, but she could not accept it. Because those people were too cunning. They could lift you up right now, but they could also step on you right now. Besides, they have spent so much money and energy to help you, don't tell me they don't have any ulterior motives. When their positions are switched, when they turn their guns to the outside world, how will she and her aunt face such danger? The father and son of the Jiang family must be eliminated, but it is not enough to rely on our strength. Aunt continued. We need external help, we need to attract more hatred to them, they must die. Aunt looked at Lu Chaoge and said, "I believe you can do it. You must do it too. Lu Chaoge, don't let us down. Now is the best chance. If you are disappointed this time, it will be a lifetime of despair." Fang Yan walked to the school gate and saw Baldi arguing with two girls, his face red. "Didn't I say it before? You say you are Teacher Fang Yan's students, then let Teacher Fang Yan come out. I don't see Teacher Fang Yan, so of course I can't let you in. If all the girls say they are Teacher Fang Yan's students and then enter Rosefinch Secondary to see Teacher Fang Yan, won't the school be in chaos? Teacher Fang Yan doesn't have that much time to receive you." Fang Yan was about to cry. He wanted to rush up and say, "Brother Baldi, if there are beautiful girls who say they are my students and want to come in to see me, you must let them in. Wasn't a teacher's duty to protect students and provide them with all kinds of knowledge?" He was not afraid of trouble, and he had time. "I just called Teacher Fang Yan, didn't you hear it? Let me show you the number on my phone. Don't tell me it's fake." Yuan Lin said angrily, "Fang Yan is not a big star, is it necessary for us to pretend to be brainless fans to see him?" "That's right." Jiang Qin, who was carrying a red backpack, echoed. "When I met Teacher Fang Yan, I didn't even know where you were. Fang Yan is my good friend, a very, very good friend. Do you know that?" After a pause, Jiang Qin looked at Yuan Lin angrily and said, "Yuan Shaolin, you must give me an explanation. Why is Fang Yan's number on my phone fake, but your number can get through?" Yuan Lin laughed and said, "That's your phone, how would I know it can't get through? Could it be that you remembered the wrong number?" Humph, don't think I don't know your tricks. You want to steal my man. Mr. Fong. Yuan Lin inadvertently saw Fang Yen behind her and hurriedly greeted Fang Yen. Don't pretend to be mysterious. I haven't finished speaking, you want to steal my man. As soon as Jiang Qin turned around, she saw Fang Yen standing behind her with a smile. Her cheeks quickly turned red, and she immediately said, Sister will give it to you immediately. I won't steal those stinky men with you. Yuan Lin felt that she was being used by her best friend. Fang Yen looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, who were still wearing their school uniforms, and asked, You two girls didn't go home after school, why did you come to my place? Jiang Qin hadn't recovered from the shyness just now. She said with a red face, My language has been declining recently, and there are a lot of questions that I can't do. I can't understand what the teacher is saying. I want to find Mr. Fong to tutor me. Me too, me too. Yuan Lin nodded again and again. Do you really want to tutor? Fang Yen asked with a smile. Of course. Jiang Qin bit the bullet and said. We even brought the tuition fee. Yuan Lin, open your wallet and let him see. Why do you want to open my wallet? Yuan Lin asked. Because I don't have money. Jiang Qin said frankly. So, Yuan Lin had to open her branded wallet and showed the thick stack of bills to Fang Yen. It meant, don't be afraid, I have money, enough to support you for a few days and nights. Hurry up and put away your wallet. Fang Yen said with a frown. Yuan Lin, don't carry so much cash with you when you go out next time. Why do you, a student, carry so much money? You're adding a lot of danger for no reason. Okay. I'll listen to Mr. Fong. Yuan Lin agreed readily. Let's go. I'm making curry chicken with rice. You two little girls are lucky. Fang Yen said with a smile. Baldy trotted to Fang Yen and said, Mr. Fong, are they really your students? Yes. Fang Yen said. I don't think so, Baldy said. I'm worried that they're approaching you with ulterior motives. I want to apply to the captain to protect your safety. Fang Yen shook his head helplessly and said, Baldy, if you want coffee with rice, just say it, I didn't mean that, I didn't mean that. Baldy's thin face turned purple. If you have extra, I'll get a bowl. When Fang Yen walked back to his courtyard with Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, who were practicing martial arts in the courtyard, had their eyes lit up instantly. Fang Yingying gave Fang Haohan a look, and then the two secretly played rock-paper-scissors to guess the winner. Chapter 176. Fang Haohan used scissors, and Fang Yingying used rock. Rock smashed scissors, and Fang Yingying won this round of the competition and had the priority to choose the beauties. His chubby face was full of smiles, and he walked in front of Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin with his most charming appearance. Before he could open his mouth to speak, the two little girls bowed to him politely and shouted, Hello, uncle. Uncle, uncle. Fang Yingying's big face was pale. However, as a man, he must always maintain a gentleman's demeanor. Maybe there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. The most important thing was, didn't the little girls nowadays like older uncles? Only uncles had great competition. Therefore, Fang Yingying endured the pain on his face and smiled at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin. Hello, two beautiful little girls. Look, what a gentle and appropriate response. Uncle, you look like Garfield. Yuan Lin giggled and said. Oh, surprised face. Garfield? How did I become Garfield? Which part of me looks like Garfield? How could I look like a cat? Fang Yingying wasn't just feeling pain on his face, but this time it was his heart. Yeah. So cute. Jiang Qin also echoed. Ha 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 ha. Fang Yingying laughed, and suddenly his eyes and mouth opened into an O shape, and he stuck out his fat tongue. He put his 2 hands beside his ears and made a peace sign, and said, I'm Garfield from Garfield. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were rocking back and forth with laughter, tears flowing down their cheeks. Yuan Lin pointed at Fang Yingying and said, so cute. Fat uncle is so cute, yeah, he really looks like that fat cat. I really want to pinch his face. Pinch face. Fang Yingxiong's eyes lit up. He swayed left and right as he moved step by step towards Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin. He shouted, Master, hurry up and pinch my face, hurry up and pinch my face. Pinching faces can unlock more skills. Plop. Fang Yan kicked him from behind, causing him to fall flat on his face. Who kicked me? When Fang Yingying climbed up from the ground with difficulty, he saw Fang Yan's black face. Little martial uncle. The anger on Fang Yingxiong's fat face immediately turned into a smile, and he said fawningly, your white snake tail whip is getting better and better. I was completely defenseless when you kicked me. Good kick, wonderful kick. You idiot scum. We are the descendants of the Fang clan's Taiji. How could we do such a thing that would damage our reputation? As a top-notch martial artist, we should have a basic requirement for our own image. Standing like a pine tree, moving like the wind, standing like a bronze bell. Fang Yingying, tell me, which one did you do? Are you worthy of the name of a hero? Fang Haohan said with a wronged face, Junior martial uncle, I didn't do anything standing here. Sorry, I said that too casually, Fang Yan apologized to Fang Haohan. Then, he focused his attacks on Fang Yingxiong and said, you better wake up. Yes, Junior martial uncle, Fang Yingying answered obediently. Fang Yan sighed softly and turned to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, who were behind him, and said, I don't want to be strict with them, but I have to be strict with them. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. Since they are from Fang's Tai Chi and call me Junior martial uncle, I have to be responsible for their words and deeds. You may not know this, but we, the famous sects, are very strict with our disciples. Martial arts, martial art morality, none of them can be missing. Only martial art morality, without martial arts, it is difficult to enter the next level. Only martial arts, but not martial art morality, and disciples are easy to go out and commit crimes. We, who practice martial arts, are like Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Batman in the city. If we don't stand properly, won't we become the villains in the movies? Think about it, if Spider-Man scourges the people, how much loss will it bring? Is there any hope for this country? Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin looked at Fang Yan with little stars on their faces, and praised him in unison, Mr. Fang, you are so handsome. Fang Yan waved his hand freely and said, it has nothing to do with being handsome or not. This is our responsibility as martial artists. The greater a person's ability, the greater his responsibility. I dare not forget this sentence. Mr. Fang, you are a responsible man. Yuan Lin grabbed Fang Yan's arm and said. Jiang Qin pulled Yuan Lin away from Fang Yan and said, you little love-struck fool, you haven't explained to me why I can't get through to Mr. Fang's number on my mobile phone. Tell me, what did you do to him? Jiang Qin replaced Yuan Lin's position, grabbed Fang Yan's arm and said, Mr. Fang, Yuan Xiaolin is too bad. She actually changed your number on my mobile phone, so I can't get through to you. You should teach her a lesson. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other, and both of them had deep helplessness and sadness in their hearts. Was this really a cruel world that only looked at appearances? I still think Ren Jin is good-looking, Fang Haohan said. I don't like these girls. Fang Yingying nodded and said, too thin. After thinking about it, Fang Yingying asked, is Junior martial uncle Iron Man, Spider-Man, or Batman? He is Superman. Why? They all like to tie their underwear to their chest, but in fact, they don't wear underwear at all. Fang Yingying patted Fang Haohan's shoulder and said with deep sympathy, no underwear means no bottom line. Baldy came over and patted Fang Yingying's shoulder, and then patted Fang Haohan's shoulder without saying anything. Everything was understood without words. Fang Yingying took Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin into the house. Zhang Chen, a big man wearing a scarf, was busy in the kitchen. When he saw Fang Yan coming in, he said with a simple and honest smile, "Master, curry chicken will be ready in a while. You sit with the guests for a while." Fang Yan seriously corrected Zhang Chen's way of addressing him and said, "Zhang Chen, how many times have I said that we are brothers? My kung fu is better than yours, and my cultivation is higher than yours, but this is not the reason why I can be your master. Master, I will definitely make you accept me as your disciple," Zhang Chen said with a determined face. "Whether it's 1 year or 2 years, 10 years or 20 years. Fang Yan shook his head and said to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, "There are too many troublesome guys who want to learn martial arts from me. If I agree to every one of them, how can I do my favorite job of teaching and educating people? Reading books, writing, and reading poems, how romantic is that? What's the point of fighting and killing? I'm a person who advocates peace. I hate war." Fang Yingying covered his butt, not daring to say anything. The messenger of peace had just been kicked by him. "Yes, yes." Jiang Qin held Fang Yan's arm and nodded repeatedly. "Mr. Fang still needs to tutor me in Chinese." "Exactly. Teacher Fang is a knowledgeable, refined, and gentle man. How could he be a hooligan who only knows how to fight and kill?" Yuan Lin, the little tail, also praised. "But Mr. Fang's fighting posture is also very handsome." "Really?" Fang Yan's face lit up, but soon he said with a serious face, "Learning martial arts is to strengthen the body and protect the country. If a martial artist wants to use martial arts to act cool in the modern city, then I can conclude that this martial artist will not have any achievements. I often tell my juniors this." "Fang Yingying, Fang Haohan, do I often teach you this?" Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan didn't know how to express their feelings at this time. They had always thought that they could finish their apprenticeship, but the longer they interacted with their uncle master, the more they felt that he was an existence that they could only look up to. It was not enough to rely on hard work. Shamelessness was something that required talent. After a pause, Fang Yan said to Zhang Chen, who was standing on the side, "I'll teach you some moves after dinner." "Thank you, master." Zhang Chen was overjoyed. Fang Yan agreed to teach him moves, which was equivalent to giving him guidance in disguise. Fang Yan waved his hand and said, "Make the chicken well." "Make the chicken well." "Yes, master." Zhang Chen held back his laughter and turned to concentrate on making coffee chicken. Fang Yan sat down on the sofa in the living room and said, "Didn't you two want to ask me some language questions? Before dinner is ready, take out your textbooks. If there's anything you don't understand, I'll explain it to you." Fang Yan was a language teacher, and Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were both students. He really wanted to help them improve their language scores. The midterm exam for junior high school was coming soon. If he could help them solve a few difficult problems and improve their scores in the exam, then Fang Yan felt that their trip was not in vain. "Do you really want to teach?" Jiang Qin said with a bitter face. "Yeah. Why don't we learn after dinner?" Yuan Lin also refused to learn. "We'll learn now," Fang Yan said with a serious expression. "You're students, and the primary goal of a student is to learn. Don't think about other messy things." Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin looked at each other, feeling a little down. Mr. Fang's words had a hidden meaning. "Take out your language textbooks," Fang Yan said. The two girls unwillingly took down their school bags and rummaged through them. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. What was even more strange was that the two girls' delicate skin blushed and there were fine beads of sweat on their foreheads. Fang Yan looked at Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, who were almost putting their heads into their school bags, and asked, "What are you two doing? Is it so hard to find a textbook? Is your school bag a bottomless pit?" "Mr. Fang." Jiang Qin's little face was about to cry. I forgot to bring my language textbook. Me too. Yuan Lin's little face was also red. I clearly put my language textbook in my school bag after school. How did it disappear? Chapter 177. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin lowered their heads and blushed as they stood in front of Fang Yan, like two children who had done something wrong. Fang Yan looked at them thoughtfully and didn't speak for a long time. Fang Yan didn't speak, and the atmosphere became more and more awkward. Jiang Qin was angry and felt that they couldn't go on like this, or they would be more and more passive. She couldn't let Fang Yan think about it in peace. If he figured out their intentions for coming here, how embarrassing would that be? So, Jiang Qin raised her head and pretended to stare at Fang Yan fiercely and said, "What? We didn't mean it. We originally wanted to ask you to help us with our language lessons. Do you think we're here to see you? In your dreams." Yes. I also brought tuition fees." Yuan Lin wanted to rummage through her wallet as she spoke. Okay. Fang Yan waved his hand and said, "Don't rummage through your wallet. I believe you." Jiang Qin was stunned for a moment. She looked at Fang Yan and asked, "Do you really believe us? What can I do if I don't believe you? I don't dare to bully the butcher's daughter." Pfft. Jiang Qin chuckled and raised her head proudly. She said, "It's good that you know. I'm the butcher's daughter." Yuan Lin looked at Jiang Qin and was very envious that she had a butcher's father. Fang Yan pointed to the sofa opposite them and gestured for them to sit down. He said, "If you don't understand anything, you can ask me now." Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin looked at each other and shook their heads. Both of them were ranked in the top few in the whole school. They were the top students that the teachers paid special attention to. If they had any questions that they didn't understand, they didn't need to say anything. The teachers of each subject would go up to them and give them guidance. The exam is coming. You two have to study hard and don't run around. Fang Yan said. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin lowered their heads and said nothing. Neither of them liked this kind of preaching education. This year is the most crucial and important year for all of you. You must get good results. Fang Yan continued. The two girls became even more impatient. Their ears were about to get calluses from hearing such words every day. "I'll wait for you at Rosefinch," Fang Yan said. "Really?" Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin exclaimed in surprise. "Really?" Fang Yan nodded. He knew what these two little girls were thinking. This was a stage that everyone had to go through in life. It was very ignorant and very pure, but it was also abnormally firm and fearless. He couldn't reason with them, and it was impossible for him to tell them that they shouldn't like him because it was impossible for them to be together. That would hurt their self-esteem, and if he didn't handle it well, they might give up on themselves. The consequences would be extremely serious. He was willing to wait for them to grow up, wait for them to mature. At that time, they would realize that they had fallen in love with such an outstanding man, thus, he very noble and very shameless used the handsome man trick. "Can I take the exam for your class 9? Jiang Qin asked. "I also want to take the exam for class 9. "No. You can't take the exam for class 9. You can go to class 7 or 8, but you can't go to class 9. "Yes. I want to be together with you." "I don't want to be with you." "Who told you to change my phone number?" "At worst, I won't change it in the future." Their bad moods came and went quickly, and their smiling faces would suddenly blossom into a bright smile. They would quarrel over a simple question, and they would look forward to their beautiful future. It was good to be young. Seeing the two girls chattering in front of him about the unreachable matter, Fang Yan's mood inexplicably improved. No wonder everyone liked little Loli, because every frown and smile of theirs were very cute. After the meal, Fang Yan fulfilled his promise and taught Zhang Qin some moves. Fang Yan especially went back to his room and changed into a white scholar's robe, looking handsome and elegant. He also deliberately stood in a row with Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, making people feel that he was a dragon among men and a crane among chickens. This made Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, the two brainless fans, applaud again and again. Their eyes were full of little stars. Zhang Chen, who was wearing a black sportswear, stood in front of Fang Yan and bowed to Fang Yan. "Master, please advise me." Fang Yan nodded and said, "You attack me." "Okay." Zhang Chen agreed. He clenched his fists and sank his chi into his dantian. After a roar, his whole body pounced towards Fang Yan. A fist smashed towards Fang Yan's chest. Speed. Strength. Angle. The three were all together, three became one. For Zhang Chen to be able to establish such a great reputation in Huacheng, he indeed had his outstanding points. Hu! The wind from the fist was fierce, wrapped with a strong wind. Ah! Jiang Qin screamed. Zhang Chen's momentum was too shocking, and his fist was too frightening. She was worried that he would hurt her Mr. Fang. Fang Yan stretched out his hand, then stretched out his palm and lightly flicked. After Zhang Chen spun on the spot, his attack missed. Hu! Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin both let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Fang Yingying came over and said as if he already knew this would happen, "Don't worry, Junior Marshal Uncle will be fine." "I know." Jiang Qin nodded. "But what if Mr. Fang is hurt? It's inevitable to get hurt in a martial arts competition. We didn't say that Uncle Zhang is not allowed to get hurt." Jiang Qin said innocently. "Did you forget?" Fang Yan asked. Zhang Chen thought for a while and said, "I forgot." Again. Fang Yan said. So, Zhang Chen moved his chi into his dantian again, clenched his fists, and punched at a faster speed, heavier strength, and a more tricky angle. This punch was still aimed at Fang Yan's chest. Fang Yan hid one hand behind his back. When Zhang Chen rushed in front of him, he stretched out his right hand lightly. Similarly, he stretched out his hand and then gently flicked. Zhang Chen's hands and feet seemed to be entangled by an irresistible force, and his body fell backward involuntarily. Plop! Zhang Chen fell to the ground on his buttocks. "Good, good." Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin applauded. "Mr. Fang is so handsome." "Did you forget?" Fang Yan asked again. Zhang Chen closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "I forgot." Again. Fang Yan said. He still hid one hand behind his back and stood tall, waiting for Zhang Chen to take the initiative to attack him. Zhang Chen rushed over again. A probe and a flick. Plop! Zhang Chen's body was hit and flew out, crushing a pot of pink orchids in the corner. Fang Yan raised his eyebrows, but asked calmly, "Did you forget?" Zhang Chen climbed up from the ground with difficulty and said, "Master, I forgot." The smile on Fang Yan's face froze. It was as black as the curry chicken he ate that night. "Master." Zhang Chen looked at Fang Yan cautiously. Was there something wrong with his answer? There was no reason. This was the standard version of the answer. When he was a child, he had seen the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Zhang Sanfeng wanted to teach his grandson Zhang Wuji Tai Chi. When he demonstrated it for the first time, his grandfather asked Zhang Wuji, "How much do you remember what I taught you?" Zhang Wuji said, "Big master, I only remember half of it." Zhang Sanfeng demonstrated it again and asked, "What about now?" Zhang Wuji replied, "Only less than half of it is left." After the third demonstration, Zhang Sanfeng asked, "What about now?" Zhang Wuji said, "I have forgotten everything." Everyone was worried sick. They thought, why is this child so stupid? Big master taught you martial arts. How can you forget everything? Unexpectedly, Zhang Sanfeng's old face was beaming like a flower as he praised his grandson's talent. Although he was young at that time, he still felt his blood boiling when he saw this scene. Now, Teacher Fang Yan demonstrated it 3 times and asked him 3 times, did he forget? According to Zhang Wuji's answer, shouldn't he have forgotten everything? Only then would he be able to show that he was a rare martial arts genius with extraordinary comprehension like Zhang Wuji. You have forgotten everything I taught you? Fang Yan asked. Master, I have forgotten everything. Since you've forgotten everything, doesn't that mean my efforts were in vain? What's the point of continuing to teach you? Fang Yan shouted harshly. Master. Zhang Chen was shocked. Aren't we learning Tai Chi? It's Tai Chi. Tai Chi doesn't focus on moves, only on conception, right? Fang Yan's black face became darker. He suppressed his anger and said, Tai Chi doesn't focus on moves, only on conception, but that is when your moves have been perfected. Only when you see the mountain but not the mountain and the water but not the water can you reach the 3rd level. You don't even know whether the Tai Chi moves are horizontal or vertical. Do you know what the conception of Tai Chi is? Do you think you are Zhang Wuji? Zhang Chen's eyes widened and his face was full of surprise. So that's what happened. Old Master Jean has done a lot of harm. This guy thinks he is shooting a movie, Fang Yingying said with a smile. He is even stupider than me, Fang Haohan said. After Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin understood the mistake made by Zhang Chen, they laughed again and said, why is it so funny? Why is it so funny? Zhang Chen lowered his head in shame and said, Master, I was just talking nonsense. I've memorized all your moves. It was really shameful for such a man to make such a naive mistake in front of a girl. Tell me, then. What did you remember? Fang Yan asked seriously. Zhang Chen thought about it seriously and said, I attacked 3 times, and Master used the same move and the same strength to fight back. Fang Yan nodded and said, the moves are the same, and the strength is the same. Nothing changed. However, the results of my 3 counterattacks were different. The first time, Master just dissolved my fist force and made me turn in a circle. The second time, I felt that my body was tied up, and I couldn't move or escape, so I fell to the ground. The third time, I didn't have any reaction at all, and there was an irresistible force that sent me flying. Zhang Chen's eyes lit up and he asked excitedly, Master is teaching me how to use strength? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.